MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the start of a brand new phase here at the Super Series. Of course, Conan Whitehead became the champion of champions on Saturday night, scooping the £20,000 prize. But we're ready to do it all again this week. So before we get started, let's take a little reminder of how the Super Series format works.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
Yeah, Saturday night was an incredibly dramatic night of darting action. And as I mentioned, it was Conan Whitehead who was crowned the champion. Let's take a little look at the highlights from Saturday night.
Graham Usher kicked off the night perfectly with a 4-2 victory over Lee Evans, bagging the first 2 points of the night with his 39 finish. Conan Whitehead was slow out the blocks against the recent Week 12 winner Chris Mason and the headline stealer. But in leg 3, got his campaign underway with a 1-2-7 out on the bullseye. Darryl Pilgrim opened his account whilst ending the hopes of Lee Evans. It was back-to-back defeats for Lee Evans, and that was enough to take him out and book a place in the finals for Darryl Pilgrim. Chris Mason's fairy tale return to the hockey was over. Josh Payne sealing the victory with his 80 finish. Chris fought all the way to the end, was within 40 points of keeping his hopes alive, but Chris Mason was eliminated. Graham Usher landed the biggest finish of the night so far, the 1-6-1 finish here in his battle with Darryl Pilgrim, when both players was battling out for the honour of who will be throwing first. Josh Payne took that honour in his victory over Conan Whitehead, giving him the throw, setting up that semi-final with Graham Usher. A place in the 30,000 purse final was on the line. Conan Whitehead booking his place there with a 17 darter, roaring himself through to the final, and it was disappointment for Pilgrim, whose hopes was now over. Hopes was well and truly alive for Graham Usher, took it to a deciding leg, but a 13 darter wrapped it up and booked his place in the final.
Is 44.
Conan, you require
good enough
44
for Core.
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16.
Game!
Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, sublime stuff from Conan there. You can see how much it means to him, the biggest payday of his career as well. It really was a dream for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, his biggest payday by more than 300% as well. A massive day for his career. Could be a real catalyst for him going forward. And you think about someone like Conan, who has had so much success with us over the last 18 months. He's now won 5 times on a Saturday night. You now have to look at the other people who have been that successful, and maybe stage 2 could be theirs.
Absolutely. And just a word before we move on about Josh Payne as well, because you mentioned things being a catalyst. He's someone who's rediscovering himself up on the dartboard. It could prove to be that for him, even though he was knocked out in the semi-final.
Very much so. In the early part of 2022, he always made Saturday night, and he always has had made Saturday nights. Qualifying seems easy for him, but over the course of the last 3 months, he hasn't been able to get the job done on the Saturday night or the Sunday morning. So his confidence is good, but I think he would admit that he has left a few things out there, but he's definitely going in the right direction.
He certainly is. Right then, as Nico just mentioned, it's a new phase, a new game week. We have plenty of talent in this one. 2 ADC players involved this morning as well. How important is that?
It's monstrous, this partnership that we have with the ADC now. We're going to see more new talent, more debutants, and people have been asking us, how do you get into the MODUS Super Series? Well, it's very simple. You've got to do well in the ADC rankings, you've got to win a qualifying event. This is what it's all about now, different routes into playing this, which could vault you into another stratosphere.
And Rob Owen there, as you can see, back in action in Group A this morning. He was involved last week as well in Champions Week. Someone who, of course, has secured his tour card. It's fantastic to see that he's still able to play here.
It is, because he was already slated to play in week 1 of stage 2, so we're not going to deny him that opportunity, and it allows him to keep his form going, and the ability to continue to play is good, because he will have been disappointed not getting the big check last week. He was one of the favourites, but now he can focus on a new mission.
Do you think as well, in some aspects, for Robert Owen, that adrenaline, that big focus on getting the tour card maybe was a hindrance for him last week? Because we saw him start games really, really well. He just tailed off towards the back end.
Well, he said last Monday that he was just completely wiped. The amount of effort that he'd put in the weekend previous to Champions Week was gargantuan. But now that he knows exactly what he's going to do for the next couple of years, he can relax this week, and maybe we'll see the best of him.
And first up today, of course, we do have Jim McEwan against James Hurrell. Hurrell, top of the WDF rankings, something he wasn't even aware of until this morning. Ignorance
is bliss, isn't it? I mean, what a wonderful thing to be told this morning. Oh, by the way, you're world #1 again. Fantastic. But Jim McEwan is never going to be a pushover. He's one of the most successful players of 2022 with us. And the last time he was with us, he did win a Group A, but he only lost 1 match out of 15, so it'll be interesting to see what he does here.
And Jim McEwan, of course, had 4 days of Pro Tour action in Barnsley coming into this. Not ideal preparation. He didn't win a game in the last 3 days, but he had a good run to the last 32 on day 1.
There's another way of looking at that. He's had good amounts of throwing over the last 3 days, but he hasn't gone too deep, which means he may have enough energy in the tank. It'll be interesting to see where he stands after 3 games.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get into match 1 of this morning's session. Matt, over to you.
Match 1 of the morning session, and match 1 of this new phase, phase 2. Jim McEwan going to kick us off, the 55-year-old. As I've been saying, he's been playing a lot of Pro Tour recently, and he's one of these players that is sort of growing in his later years. Got 2 Challenge Tour titles to his name. They come in recently in 2021 and 2022. Won the British Classic in 2021. Had a 9-darter just last year on the Pro Tour against Raymond van Barneveld. 2 UK Opens, and made his World Championship debut this year in 2022 at Lakeside. Was actually one of the favourites to win that due to how well he's been playing down here and in the previous one of the live league. James Hurrell, 38-year-old, nicknamed the Hillbilly.
First leg, it's Jim
just
to
heard
throw
he's the
first.
WDF World #1. That's because he's picked up 3 titles himself this year: the Belfry, the Isle of Man, and the Scottish. Now, these sort of opens are very well attended. 400-500 entries at times, so big fields of quality players. So both have got title-winning form over the last sort of 12 months.
Yeah, very well said, Matt, and a very good morning to everybody at the start of a new stage.
60.
I suppose there's a fear, isn't there, Matt, that after all the frivolities of Saturday night, that today would be a bit flat, but we're starting with the WDF World #1. It doesn't really get much better than that when it comes to Super Series action.
43.
And when you think about Jim and what he's done with us this year, he's done plenty of good stuff. We could have some fireworks today.
Definitely. I was saying before you
100.
came in that Jim's one of these players that seems to be getting better with age. 55 years old, and we're now seeing the very best of him over the last sort of 12 to 18 months.
Look at him using gold darts as well. Guess who's broken out the bling on Monday morning? But interesting what Abby was saying on the balcony right there, Matt, that he's been playing Pro Tour action with the PDC for the last 4 days. Now, we can talk more about his results potentially later in the day, but I suppose the most apt thing is, how does he feel right now? Playing 4 days of Players' Championship action, we both know the preparations for that, the travelling aspect, the getting ready. It's pretty tiring stuff, but maybe it's a blessing for his chances this week that he didn't go too deep over the weekend.
Yeah, especially yesterday. Those Pro Tours were taking place in Barnsley.
60.
We have a long way from
Jimmy
Barnsley.
require 82.
4-hour drive or so without traffic. The preparations you need to put in for those games, you're 2-3 hours worth of throwing darts before you play. It's not the 15-20 minutes you're playing for, it's the bit that gets you peaked for that.
2 12s
58.
would have given McEwan
James require 141.
leg number 1. A 141 would be a first highlight of the week for the Hillbilly.
$91.
Nice leave.
Jimmy requires
Fancy
24.
McEwan will defend through here in the first leg of the week.
Game shot on the
And
first
he does.
leg.
Beautifully done.
Jim McEwan.
By the man named Chucky. No Halloween costume needed for him in the next 7 days. All he's got to do is wear his
Second leg,
dark
it's
shirt.
James to throw first. Game on.
And the good news for Jim right now is 100% in phase 2 so far on winning and losing legs.
There's a lot of players out there who are
100.
looking forward to having their slate completely swept. And maybe one of those players is Rob Owen, who we'll see in this group, because I'm sure he felt really disappointed last week not making
59.
the final on Saturday night. He was definitely one of the favourites, but it just goes to show how difficult it is to make Saturday night with that kind of company when someone of Robert's quality didn't make
100.
it.
I think that's the beauty of darts at the moment, isn't it? There's always something new on the horizon. There's always something next.
I don't think it's been as buoyant. And I know it's easy for me to say this, and it would probably take us a good hour on your YouTube channel, Matt, to explain this statement. But in all of the different facets of the game, I don't think things have been
60.
as buoyant as this, ever. The girls' game, the ladies' game, the boys' game, the development tour, the amateur or semi-pro game, for me, has never been as good as it is right now. Because of the different systems like the ADC, the WDF, the MODUS Super Series now has got a real head of steam.
If you cast your mind back just 3 years, we're not talking a long time ago, it was tour card or pretty much nothing, really. There wasn't a lot for it. You either had a card or you was chasing one.
We've gone from a busted BDO to an incredible system
81.
of systems.
James requires 61.
We'll talk more about the ADC in due course, because it will be an ADC derby between Huntley and Garcia in match 3. But first,
25.
it's going to be Jim McEwan slapping his chops because he left 168.
Yeah, the last start could have been a switch to the 18s. Would have gave him a shot at the 170. If he gets this treble, you'd probably feel a little bit sick.
120.
But hold a throw for Jim
James
in the opening leg.
36.
James to hold his throw.
Game shot on the second leg. James Hurrell.
Yeah, it's not bad at all from Hurrell. You would expect quality from James, considering his ranking and his form throughout the course of 2022.
Game on.
But he's a human being, and Monday morning is not the kind of time that most dart players will expect to be playing. But that's one thing that the MODUS Super Series has changed. Now we have players wanting
100.
to peak for Monday morning.
I think the other thing that I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern for is those players that regularly play on the WDF tour tend to hit the ground running a bit easier
96.
here, because with the PDC it's 12 o'clock start. That's your competition time. With the WDF, sometimes those events are starting really early, 10 o'clock in the morning at times, and it's such a short format, best of 5 at times, that you cannot be going
79.
into those events too cold. So someone like James, who's got 3 titles on the WDF tour already this year, might be a bit more experienced at getting up early and trying to prepare for an early match, which
140.
is what this is. It's 9:45 in the morning.
Yeah, excellent point made. And that's always been the case, of course, with WDF and some of the older BDO events in the past. I've got a great Gary Anderson story for you, by the way, in
95.
regards to that. But before we go any further, if you are choosing to have a little flutter today, please be aware that it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org is the website for more information. And please gamble responsibly.
65.
And if you are tuning in via Sporty Stuff TV today, we welcome you from the United Kingdom. And if you're watching internationally, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel is the way to watch now.
125.
But I'll save that Gary Anderson story for the next leg, because it's really apt considering early starts. You know how Gary says he never practices? I'll tell you one other thing. Gary tells fibs.
100. Jim, you require 102.
Good opening, this one. Both down after just 12 darts. 2 holds a throw so far in the game. It could be 3 if Jim McEwan hits tops.
82.
That would have been our first
James, you require
100+
100.
finish of the phase so far. Got to get all those ones in early. I don't like the lie there. The way his darts sit, I don't think tops was the best
Jim, you
play.
require
Yeah,
20.
I like that, Matt, because the flight's in the way and you just don't have an open target on your eye
Game
line.
shot on the third
McEwan
leg.
takes full
Jim
advantage of
McEwan.
that miss, but the standard of this game so far is not too bad. Not too bad at all. McEwan with a
Fourth
92
leg, it's
average, and he
James to
can
throw
maintain
first.
that.
Game on.
Now, before we talk more about McEwan's proclivity of doing really well in Group A, that Gary Anderson story is as follows. 21 years ago,
60.
I was with Gary Robson, and we were going to the British Open, which was being held at the Adelphi Hotel in Liverpool. Huge tournament. Walking through those doors on that Sunday for the British Open singles, it was a who's who of world
58.
darts right there. Manley, Baxter. You had Walton, O'Shea, Fitton, Van der Voort, Barneveld, everybody there. It was unbelievable.
96.
I got up at 6:45 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. I was so excited. I walked down to breakfast and there was one person in the arena having a practice, and it was Gary Anderson. Yeah, he doesn't
43.
practice. He doesn't practice when anybody can see him.
$100.
Consequently, I think John Walton won that year. And he was part of qualifying week 12, of course. Only a couple of weeks ago.
This is what you expect to see, isn't it? This time in the morning, just that wayward dart, just where you
45.
don't have that release quite right. Expect all that to tighten up as the day goes on.
Yeah, excellent point. You're looking for a good couple of performances on your Monday morning.
180.
And Hurrell has found his second maximum, leading that statistic by 2-0 so far. Now, McEwan has got this really good
85.
record of
James
finding at least
requires
one
65.
maximum per game. It'll be a question of how many chances he gets for those in the coming legs. 6-6.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Hurrell gets a
leg.
15 darter.
James Hurrell.
This is a really tidy leg to take us level once again.
Fifth
I'm
leg,
actually
it's
really
Jim to throw
enjoying watching the
first.
James
Game
Hurrell
on.
throw. I've not seen him throw too much live like this before. but the speed of the arm that it's moving through will cut out quite a lot of the errors that you may face with that sort of drift left to right.
100.
He's a bit of a leaner from his right foot. He tends to lean over to his right, but the position of the forearm is good. The only thing that could stop his accuracy sometimes is that little twist of the wrist when it comes towards his face. He obviously doesn't want the flight to flick into his cheek. But as soon as I mention it, he hits another maximum, his third of the match.
You mentioned Jim normally hits one a game, and there it is, right on cue. And both players are on for the 9. But that little twist, the sort of power and the speed of the arm coming through there sort of offsets
60.
quite a lot of that.
And one of the best pictures I've seen in 2022 from a technical perspective is the hand of Hurrell when his follow-through is finished. It's such a beautiful star-looking hand where all the fingers are free.
140.
In direct contrast to that, you should see his hand when he's holding the dart. It's what I call the claw. That little finger almost gripping the muscular
81.
part of his thumb. It's a very unusual grip, but it's very effective.
It's like strangling the dart, so to speak, isn't it?
Game shot on the 5th
Jim
leg.
McEwan's taking a stranglehold of this game because we have had no breaks of throw so far. McEwan has been masterful at holding his throw, and that's with an 11
James
darter.
to throw first. Game on.
He was worried after Saturday that it might not live up to it. Then worries are over already. 5 legs in, we've
57.
had 4 maximums. 5 hit doubles out of 10 attempts, so 50% between the two. Both players around about the 94 average.
$137.
This is the kind of standard we're going to get all week long. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a great group. The one thing McEwan has in his armory is the ability to win a 3-day group. The last time
59.
he played, it was in Southampton at our previous studio in week 4, I believe. In Group A, he got 28 points. 28.
58.
He lost 1 match in this group, and it was his 15th match. He had a chance of the perfect 30, which had never been done before, and he lost to Josh Payne in match 15. And when he came to Saturday night, he didn't win a match.
97.
Happens so often, doesn't it? That Thursday and Friday, when you get that time off, managing that seems to be a bit of a problem for people.
Well, the fascinating thing for me that week was that when the Group C and Group B action was taking place, Jim McEwan
83.
didn't really know what to do with himself, so he ended up coming to the darts anyway.
Yeah, I was in that week, and he kept coming in, and I'm like, have you got nothing better to do? But the answer was no.
I mean, Jim has a good
84.
position here, and there was a look of exasperation there from James because he knew after a small single number he was not going to leave a finish. McEwan's got 6 darts from 233, which is gettable, but only if he gets a treble here.
53.
Better thinking there for Jim, using the 18 to leave him the 170. It could be a 6th holder throw in this game. Looking likely.
Most likely.
180. Jimmy required
4 maximums in his first game of the week. But it might be in vain. Hurrell is thinking the worst. Chucky misses a 170 for the match.
James, you required 24.
So to take us all the way.
Game shot on the 6th
Nice leg again from James
Hurrell.
Hurrell. Everything's gone with throws so far. So if that continues, Jim McEwan is about to win 4-3.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first.
Yeah, that's
Game
not
on.
bad. 50% on the checkouts for both. Is leg 7 going to be another hold, or will it be the only break of this opening game of stage 2? Tell you what it is, it's a 6th maximum. I'll be honest, Matthew Edgar, right now, 6 maximums in the first game of the week. I didn't think that was going to happen.
96.
Absolutely not. This time of morning as well. This is quality from both. But the most important thing right now is Jim's got himself 80 points, plus what is in his hands. So right now he's motoring
95
to the finish line, and the first 2 points of the week, 100% record. I'm going to chuck it in there because we're saying about he nearly did the 100% a couple of weeks
59.
ago.
59.
15 out of 15. Well, he'll be on his way to that if he can see 226 off.
Not to mention the fact that he's got the best winning streak in Super Series history. Because of that week 4, he broke the old record of 15 straight wins of Sean McDonald. It now stands at 16. So he starts a fresh streak today. He is going to break that this week. He'll have to win all of the games in this group.
140.
And the first 2 games on Saturday
86.
An impressive run. He could be about to start his new run. Took out an 11 darter earlier in the match. Be happy enough with a 12.
70.
Safe in the knowledge that Hurrell is not going to pinch leg number 7 from 206, at least not yet. McEwan's now missed 3 darts for the match in 2 different legs.
140.
Now he's got somebody tapping him on the shoulder.
16.
He's missed 3, he's got 3 more.
Game,
and
shot,
only needs
and
the
the
one.
match.
It's a
Jim
13 dart
McEwan.
leg for Jim McEwan to get that one wrapped up. Every single leg in that match going with throw. A quality affair to kick us off. Great start for Jim McEwan, who's looking to get that 30 points for the first time. He's on his way. He's got 2 and another 28 to go. Speaking of what's to go, coming up next, Robert Owen will be taking on Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwan has just come through in a last leg decider to get his first 2 points on the board. A really high quality match that to get Group A underway with that 4-3 win. There were 6 180s in that match, as you can see. James Hurrell with 4 of those. The finishing stats from both really, really impressive. It all went with throw in that one. An 11-dart leg from Jim McEwan to take leg 5, a real highlight in that one. In leg 6, McEwan missed the ball for the big fish, and Hurrell took us all the way. A 13-dart leg from McEwan saw him get his campaign off to a winning start. Looking to follow that, then we have Rob Owen against Shane McGuirk. Of course, Rob Owen second in the order of merit on the Challenge Tour at the moment. We know he's already secured his tour card for next season. Of course, he finished Group C last week in 5th position, but he did have some highlights in that time. Of course, a big finish here, as we can see that 140 checkout against Graham Hall. But it was largely a disappointing week for Rob Owen. Of course, as I mentioned at the start of the show, he started matches very impressively, but just tailed off towards the back end of them. As for his opponent Shane McGuirk, well, he had some great results at the Challenge Tour in Leicester at the weekend. Can he follow that up with a good performance in his opening match here? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Many thanks, Abby. Yes, it's a really distinct pleasure to welcome Shane McGuirk to the MODUS Super Series. Just another advertisement as to what's happening in Ireland with darts. But the last few years have been very good for Wales, with the likes of Gedwin Price, Johnny Clayton, Louis Williams, and a lot of others. We'll talk more about Irish darts and Welsh darts throughout the course of this best-of-7 match. But it is a distinct congratulations, isn't it, to Rob Owen, who is this week saying goodbye to us, which is a bit of a shame, because over the last couple of years he's made what was the Live League and now the MODUS Super Series his playing home.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
But true too, the people that have made this their playing home, they've gone on to secure tour cards, which, you know, the amount of darts and level of competitive play is going to help bring out your peak levels of your game.
We'll talk a bit more about Shane in due course. But first,
58.
I suppose we have to touch on the fact that when we were playing from home during the pandemic, we had 2 very good talents in Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse. They played week in,
100.
week out, with success. They made good money. They established incredible form. And because of the Challenge Tour
140
and qualifying schools, we saw people who were playing during that pandemic with us having success the following year by getting to the tour.
105.
What happened last year? Robert Thornton played a lot. He went on to be the world senior champion. Richie Burnett got his tour card back. These things are not accidents.
Robert,
so whoever is doing well here
156.
tends to go on to play well on tour.
Which is why people like Graham Usher, Josh Payne are going to be strong runners if they do go into Q school.
Correct. We could be talking about Shane McGuirk, for instance. This time last year,
130.
do you remember a small statured,
60.
explosive dart player by the name of Connor Scott? He became the story of the end of last year in Southampton. Rob Owen takes the first leg on throwing 14 darts. Everybody is sipping from the glass of brilliant darts juice today.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Stone Cold Steve Austin legs is kind of what Robert Owen's had all year this year, hasn't he? He's always been spawning knee braces, which makes it even more impressive when you think about how well he's done. Because legs are quite important with darts.
There you go, folks. The first of many wrestling references from myself and Matthew
100.
Edgar. I didn't expect the whole knee brace Stone Cold Steve Austin thing, but in darting terms, I suppose we could say Dimitri Vandenberg, because he had
100.
a knee injury and wore a brace for most of last season, and he hasn't done too badly.
Yeah, Robert's been wearing one pretty much all year long. When you think those challenge tour events, you play
81.
2 in a day, you could be playing darts for 10 plus hours.
Yeah, you could look after your ankles, your knees, your hips, your shoulders.
81.
And if you don't, things are going to happen to your detriment, that's for sure.
We've seen a change in like footwear over the last sort of couple of
100.
years, haven't we? When the days have started going longer, seen a lot more trainers and things coming involved.
We've even seen over the last month, thanks to
45.
the eternal advert that is Devon Peterson. I meant that in a good way, Dev. But someone has actually created a dart shoe.
180.
Well, that is Robert Owen shoeing his way to a very impressive start in this game. And for a man who has a personal best with us in excess
99.
of 115,
Robert, you require 40.
this is his A-quality stuff.
Game shot on the second
Fabulous.
leg.
First
Robert
2 legs,
Owen.
and look what he's doing. 111. Replicate those first 2 legs, and you will win this first game of the day for yourself.
Third leg, it's Robert
against
to throw
Davidson Shane
first.
McGuirk.
Game on.
I had a chat with Robert Owen not too long ago, and he was saying before that he wasn't too bothered about getting his tour card back. It wasn't something that he was too bothered about. And then when he sort of like got to the back end of the Challenge Tour, and with what he was doing, going and playing on the Pro
85.
Tour and doing some good results there and playing well, he's like, no, I actually really want it back now, because he feels he can go and do damage. And when you look at this, this is
100.
damaging darts.
Yes, it is. But I suppose, and I don't want us to feel like we're cheating Davidson Shane because we haven't talked about him yet.
95.
But there's a lot to discuss with Robert. He was second in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit on £6,200. He was £3,650 behind Scott Williams.
85.
Who, if he makes the top 64 by the end of the year, that will give a tour card to Danny Van Tripe, who was third. But
55.
if there is one slight difference between here and the Pro Tour that he's going to have to get used to, he's mastered playing best of 7 legs. He's going to have to up that to mastering best of 11, which is what the Pro Tour is all about.
I think the real thing about the Pro Tour is
59.
taking
Robert, you require
blows.
51.
Just because you're playing great darts, like Robert is, doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to win. And sometimes playing well and losing is a very, very hard pill to swallow.
Correct. Just take Luke Humphries yesterday, who lost to Josh Rock of Northern Ireland. In that final, Luke Humphries lost with 10 180s
Robert,
in the final for
32.
him alone. We've only had one 180 in this match.
28.
It's a first chance for McGuirk to get a leg. He's not playing badly. He's just run into a bit of a steam train.
$78. Robert, you require 4.
3-0 lead for Robert Owen. It's sat nicely. Just to stack on top, he's hit the flight. You heard it hit.
Shane, you require
He's
70.
just carried it into the 15s, which presents Shane with another opportunity.
Game shot on the third leg.
He seals it.
Shane McGuirk.
70 finish. Robert Owen had 6 darts there to get that one wrapped up. He raced down to the finish and then couldn't see it out.
Shane to throw
Shane
first.
McGuirk
Game
is on the board.
Yes, he is. And if Stack Attack had found the first dart a double in that previous leg, his average would have been high 100 and something. It would have been around 108, 109, but it has plummeted now to 93, and the complexity of this game has completely flipped around.
140.
Well, it is time to talk about Shane McGuirk, of course, and more specifically, maybe about Irish darts, because it has never been in a better place than now. With all due respect to everybody who's played from Ireland before, the likes of Mick McGowan, Willie O'Connor, and the likes of Jack O'Barry and some others. But the young stars coming out of Ireland right now make it the place to talk about in Europe, potentially because of Katie Sheldon in the ladies' game, Keane Barry, Steve Lennon, I mean, if we include Northern Ireland as well, boy, oh boy, we could be here forever talking about that.
60.
Just looking at the various camera angles we've got here on the Shane McGuirk throw, and not a fan.
98.
Elaborate.
I'm watching the back leg. Now, a lot of people have a lot of back leg movement, but it's in relation to the line of balance. And he's moving
100.
back and forward, which is going to
Shane, you
cause
require
a
108.
twist and rotation in the body, which means I'm going to guess he's liable to go left quite a lot and give us a lot of fives.
I think he's got a bit of sprinkler head action going on.
76.
Where he's pivoting on his spine, so the right shoulder's coming through to his left. I see what you're saying.
Exactly that.
59. Shane, you require 32.
Wrist, and the dart's just going to ride the thumb a lot.
Game
Well,
shot
there you
the
go.
fourth
It's
leg.
2-2. This
Shane
game
McGuirk.
has completely been turned on its head by leg 3. And it's amazing. Every
Fifth leg,
single
it's Roberts
time
to
you
throw
see
first.
somebody
Game on.
getting their first leg, they look so much more comfortable in the next one after that, because it's that feeling, isn't it? Oh, I've got my first leg of the day.
100.
Now I can relax.
Well, if you cast your mind back not too long ago, well, there we can see the Shane McGuirk on the first dart, the foot coming right behind that balance
60.
line and then coming back in again. Really good angle that was. But we said you've got to be able to take blows. Robert Owen missed 6 darts to go 3-0 up. He was absolutely
99.
cruising. He's lost the last 2 legs since.
Yeah, I see what you mean about that back leg. It doesn't really have a home.
140.
You look at the back leg of Robert Owen, it does move, but it doesn't move laterally. If it does lift, it's microscopically, and it does find its way to the floor
79.
very soon after. But look at this back leg. There is a bit of body movement there, so he's a naturally talented player.
60.
But maybe with a bit of tutelage, he might get a bit more stability.
Because the way he's going to fix that at the moment is just force. And he's going to need a lot of strong
47.
follow-through and wrist. But he's going to have to... He's going for a wonder.
137.
He's definitely got talent, that's for sure. His average has come up a good couple of points over the last couple of legs. And if you'd have said to me, Matt, when Rob Owen was going for a 14-darter in leg 3,
Shane, you require 104.
would have 104 for a 3-2 lead, I wouldn't have believed you.
Game shot
And he's
the
got a
fifth
3-2
leg.
lead.
Shane McGuirk.
It's as if Shane McGuirk has been covered in Kevlar over the last 3 legs, and now
Sixth leg,
it's
it's
a bit
Shane
of a
to throw
dime shot
first.
to the solar
Game
plexus of Stack Attack.
What did Rocky Balboa say? It's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit.
You mentioned something about
57.
taking blows when it comes to going to the Pro Tour. I know exactly what you mean by that. You take blows when you play Super Series darts as well. You might have to take a blow in your first game by
135.
losing a game that you should have won. And the complexity comes with how you react later in the session
93.
and then potentially later in the week. With the Pro Tour, it's knockout. So if you lose, you've got all day to think about it. You haven't got a way of repairing the damage.
100.
I was having an interesting chat yesterday, actually, about dart player mentalities, and they were saying, like, oh, I won't be happy till I've won a title. I says, you won't be happy then, because what'll happen is
60.
you'll win the title, you go, why didn't I do that earlier in the year when it would have meant more?
Dart players are never happy. We're not happy creatures. We're
96.
just people who get up in the morning and constantly crave success again. We are greedy, greedy sports people.
Well, when Michael Van Gerwen was winning everything, that wasn't enough.
43.
Now he had to do 9
Robbie, you
darters
require
in unique
170.
ways.
Yeah, I don't want a 9-darter. I want it a different way to everybody else. And even Peter Wright was like that yesterday, going treble
60.
17 first on a 9-dart attempt because he thought, oh, I'll try it a different way. Could it be a first max for Shane?
180.
He's ticking a lot of boxes in this debut performance. Owen now needs this to stay in the match.
44.
There's been a real feed-on effect from him missing those doubles in leg 3. And he could well lose by 4 legs to 2. Double 16.
52.
He was that close to a debut win
66.
against arguably the favourite for this group.
Still got a chance. Needs 18 for tops to level us up and get the advantage of throw back.
46.
Comes low.
Shane, you require
Shane's got a chance
16.
to wrap this up. Take possibly an unexpected 4-2 victory.
Game, shot,
unexpected.
And the match, Shane McGuirk
Has gone from probable to definite. What a great performance from Shane McGuirk. He didn't have the better average in that match. The reason why Owen had the better average is because he played so well in the first 2.5 legs of the match. And that was the only time where Robert really was in it. After that, McGuirk took charge. 104 checkout was the best from him. And a checkout percentage of 40%, that's where you would like to be all of the time. So, a debut win for McGuirk, but plenty of time for Robert Owen to recover a little bit later in the campaign. 2 debutants will come your way in match number 3, both coming through orders of merit from the ADC. So we'll talk more about that after this short break with Huntley and Garcia coming up.
Well, what an incredible turnaround in that match. Shane McGuirk getting his first 2 points here at the Super Series. It was Robert Owen who burst out of the blocks, didn't he? A sublime start from him. He had a 14 and a 13 dart leg to race into a 2-0 lead, and it felt like he was in complete control. But 6 missed darts at double in the third from the Welshman allowed McGuirk the chance to get his first leg on the board here at the Super Series, which he did, and that leg really turned the tide in that match. There were a few nervy darts at double in the final leg, but McGuirk was able to get over the line in that match. Next up then we have 2 debutants coming up for you Michael Huntley and Kevin Garcia, the two representatives, of course, from the ADC, and they caught up with Phil Bars before this morning's session got underway.
Michael, you looking forward to making your debut?
Oh yeah, can't wait. Really excited. Great opportunity for myself. Yeah, can't wait really.
The link up between the MODUS Super Series and the ADC is huge for the amateur game, isn't it? To give you guys the opportunity to come and play here on TV.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. I've done the ADC Tour Series this year, and Steve Brown and Scott are doing an amazing job here for amateur darts. So yeah, and it's amazing that now they've joined up with this MODUS Super Series. So it's amazing for the amateur game, and you know there's something out there for everyone now.
And the link up with the ADC and the MODUS Super Series is huge for the amateur game, isn't it? Because it gives you guys a goal to hit towards, and you think, I can get there, I can come and play on TV.
Yeah, well, all you do is enter the tours, do as best you can, and get your points. Your points will put you up the table. If you get up the table, you're in. It's a massive opportunity. I don't understand why everyone's not playing.
The prize money on offer here as well, 20 grand for the winner of the 13-week stage. That's huge for anyone, isn't it?
Well, any amateur to have £20,000 for the competitions, it's set you up for the next 2-3 years in comps. So it's massive opportunities.
And for yourself, what's the expectation and what are you expecting from yourself this week?
Just open throw well and see what happens. That's all you can expect for, really.
Welcome back. And two amateur qualifiers will now go head-to-head on an even footing, really, but the 50-year-old from Wales, who was top of the regional South Wales rankings, which got him here, is now taking on Kevin Garcia. It's impossible for us to say where he's from. Oh, yes, he's from Liverpool. An incredibly strong accent for both guys, and I love to see that, don't you, Matt? Because I love to know where someone's from before you even read up on them. Kevin Garcia from Merseyside and South Wales.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Great to see him here because I met him for the first time earlier this year in a beautiful place in Wales called Lampeter. And I'm not ashamed to say that in an exhibition match, he absolutely thumped me. And I thought, this guy can play, and I'm really glad he's here.
Talk about where players are from. The graphic there showing us Garcia from St Helens. Bit
100.
Of a hotbed of darts, like the new Stoke-on-Trent, isn't it, for the modern day darts?
Yeah, you could say that. He's got the nickname Storm on the back of his shirt. That was some storm we had last night
58.
Around Portsmouth area. We had thunder, we had lightning. You could say it was a bit frightening.
82.
Gold darts again for both players.
Bling. You see? It's all getting a bit blingy in this game. I don't know whether you've noticed, Matt, but I think those Garcia darts are MVG darts. At least they look very similar to the construct of a previous dart he used to throw. It's really good, like we've already mentioned a couple of times, that the
83.
amateur dart circuit, which somewhat launched as modern amateur darts 2 or 3 years ago, was rebranded
61.
and it was given a bit of a kickstart towards the beginning of this year. The one thing that Mike Huntley said was that the work of Steve Brown and Scott Hunt has been fantastic. I completely agree. What they're doing is giving the amateur game a bit of a kick up the bum. And that's why these guys are here. The opportunity is out there. If you think you're 57. As good as these lads,
Michael, you require 28.
Get yourself out there. ADC, you could find your way here.
Yeah, find his way into this double 14.
The first leg. Michael Huntley.
Settle him in quite well. One of the things Kevin Garcia said in that interview was, see what happens, let's see how it goes, and I hope
second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And when you're coming onto a stage where you're under the microscope, which is what this is, we've got a nice zoomed-in camera judging every single dart that you are throwing.
97.
Completely different vibe and a different feel, isn't it?
Yes, the anxieties that come with playing in front of cameras and on a raised hockey, that kind of thing.
60.
I was always told when I was growing up that that was a daunting prospect. Here's the thing about being slightly uncomfortable doing something you enjoy.
60.
Get comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's what this is all about. Taking your practice game to the stage is a difficult thing to do. But
60.
with the format of what you've got in Group A, you have the opportunity of exposure to those uncomfortable situations to get comfortable.
58.
15 games over 3 days. That's good exposure and great experience for you.
Well, if you become uncomfortable, what's going to happen is the body's now going to need to react. And one of the things the body's going to do
81.
is it's going to start giving you a bit of adrenaline. If you think about what adrenaline's going to do and the sensors that it's going to increase, the eyesight and the touch.
93.
These are all things that are going to actually make you perform better if you can learn to be comfortable in that environment.
My best advice to anybody in
83.
these guys' shoes on Monday morning would be what Clive Dunn used to say. Don't panic. No reason to panic.
58.
It's the sport of darts. It's you against another opponent. Best of 7. Give your best. As long as you can say to yourself that you gave your best, you can't ask for any more than that.
Well, the other thing is,
99.
everything
Kevin, you
else will be a
require
bit unfamiliar. The
135.
cameras, the lights, maybe even the microphone. All these bits will be different, but one thing that is exactly the same
63.
is when you put your foot
Michael,
against
you
that
require
hockey,
118.
that dartboard's the same shape, same colours, same distance. It becomes familiar all of a sudden when you get to that point.
Huntley does not get a shot.
94.
A
Kevin,
double 19 for the 118.
72.
But Garcia should get a shot at double top.
32.
Another chance for Huntley
Michael,
to double his
required
lead.
24. Game shot on the second leg.
It's a big switch across
Michael
the board.
Huntley.
And he finds it with the second dart. He did that in the first leg. It took him 2 darts to go out. That gives him a 50% on the doubles.
Third
If
leg,
he
it's
keeps
Michael
that
to
going
throw
today, he's going to
first.
be dangerous.
Game on.
Now, I said that you mustn't panic when it comes to these kind of games, but I hate to bring up an old cliche for someone who comes from Merseyside. In this spot, you've got to calm down.
26.
I'm not going to say it in the accent because that would be just disrespectful to all of my friends from Merseyside. But there's one thing I need to get off my chest when it comes to
96.
Huntley, because you're probably aware of this, Matt, because you're a student of the game. Everybody knows who the world number 2 is right now, and that's Gerwyn Price.
140.
Nobody had heard of him in 2013. Nobody. And up pops this muscular dart player in 2014, 2015.
81.
And everybody starts saying, where did he come from? Well, the reason Gerwyn Price went to Q School and started
81.
bullying people, in a darting sense, was because of a person by the name of Barry Bates. Now,
96.
if I'm not mistaken, it was Barry Bates who convinced Mike Huntley to start going to qualifiers for things like the Champion of Champions event and things like the World Seniors.
84.
All of a sudden, we start seeing Mike Huntley here. So is Barry Bates fast becoming the best Welsh player scout?
100. Michael, you
I
require
think
170.
with my player's head on, I wish Barry Bates would stop talking.
We did see Barry here a couple of weeks ago.
105. Kevin, you
himself
require
really well.
128.
Garcia needs 60 in Bull. Otherwise, Huntley could be taking his lead
88.
to 3-0.
Michael, you requires 65.
Just about to say avoid the ball, and he hits the ball. So,
No
he's
score.
missed the big number.
Kevin, you require 40.
Gives Garcia a chance to get
Game shot
first
on the
leg on the
third
board,
leg.
and he does.
Kevin Garcia.
It's only his second dart of the double, but he's hit it. 50% now for both players. Kevin Garcia, break a throw, but most
Fourth leg,
importantly,
it's
like
Kevin
you
to
said
throw
in the last
first.
one, when you
Game
see
on.
someone get their first leg on the board, it all changes.
We could potentially have the same scenario as game number 2. Remember?
59.
Robert Owen should have been 3-0 up. It went to 2-1, and McGuirk sprinted to a 4-2 victory after that.
68.
What are your thoughts on 65, Matt? Because you don't have to go 25 for tops. It's very popular, that route, because there's a lot of surface area around
59.
that bullseye that you can use to leave yourself 2 darts at tops, but it's not the only route, is it? You can go treble 11.
If I was advising someone,
137.
I'd probably say go away from the 25, because essentially you're throwing at the ball to miss. Not many people actually, or how can you even practice something
97.
like a 25 that is such an awkward shape where you've got miss on the inside and the outside? You don't get that with any other target. So if I was advising someone, I'd say come away from that area. But
121.
Habits.
Yeah, we all get stuck in that little trap.
100.
He's definitely calming down and starting to play a little bit better. Both playing to the level that maybe I expected so far
41.
in their first game of the day. I think they're going to learn a lot about their game this week. And let's not forget, if you're tuning into the MODUS Super Series for the first time this morning,
Michael, you require
these guys in Group A
134.
get 2 cracks of the whip this week. If they don't get through by winning this group, they will graduate to either Group B or Group C on Thursday and
94.
Friday.
Kevin, you require 128.
Ball for 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He said,
Kevin
when
Garcia.
you get the first leg on the board, it can settle you down and you can start to produce. That is producing. 1-2-8 finish
Michael
on the
to
ball
throw
there for
first.
Kev Garcia.
Game on.
And we are back with a level game. Back on throw.
It's quite a glamorous name, isn't it? Quite
89.
an interesting name for someone from that neck of the woods. You would associate Garcia with somebody from Mexico or Spain.
59.
Wonder what kind of heritage he's got.
I know he's a player who's drawn the respect of Alan Tabben. Alan Tabben speaks very highly of Kev Garcia.
85.
Obviously plays a lot of local stuff around the area, as do people such as Michael Smith still play.
Oh, yeah.
Regularly in St Helens.
99.
What a buoyant scene that is. Same goes for South Wales as well. All sorts of stuff going on between
100.
the towns of Newport and Llanelli and beyond. Not to mention, there's a fair bit in Mid Wales and North Wales as well. In fact,
99.
Wales are very well represented this week. We've got a bit of a Super Series stalwart coming back in Group C this week in Martin Thomas.
140.
What we've got in this group
58.
is a representation of most
87.
of Great Britain and Ireland, of course. With Shane McGuirk. Now, Huntley's just missed the treble 18 and unfortunately doesn't get the big 18, which makes things a bit easier for next
46.
time. He's still left on a 2-darter with Garcia bearing down on him.
This is a great reaction so far.
Michael, you require
Huntley.
41.
Lost the last 2 legs. Kev Garcia with an improved level of performance.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And holds his throw
Michael
comfortably.
Huntley.
Retakes the lead. All on throw. Kev Garcia.
6th leg. It's Kevin to throw
been
first.
looking to find some of
Game
that
on.
form he found in the previous couple of legs.
Do you think it's a good thing that the two debutants are playing each other in the first
40.
game? It's a bit of a fact-finding mission, knowing that your opponent doesn't have any more experience than you do.
I think yes and no. I think yes because you see it more as an opportunity.
140.
But knowing the fact that sometimes when you play someone who has that more experience, you feel like they can carry the game.
140.
Or you feel like there's no expectation and everything you get's a bonus. Like, oh, I've got a couple of legs, that'll put me in good stead for later on. Where, you know, sometimes like when you go on stage with someone like a Van Gerwen, you think, well, he's going to carry this game, so I'm going to be presented with some opportunities along the way. If I can take those, we could get into it. It could be a story developing here. But you know you're not going to get stuck in a leg where you both miss 6 darts at a double, or he's going to get you out of those situations.
Oh, coincidentally, Kevin Garcia has just had a dart fall out of the board because he collided with his previous shot. He has one of the strangest things that you'll hear about Garcia as he gets the first maximum of the match.
161.
In fact, we'll hold the stat about Storm because it could well be the end of the match in the next 6 to 9 darts.
60. Kevin, you require 61.
But are we going to go the distance for the second time today? And there it is again on 61.
It's the same shot in it, 65, 61. Does the same thing if you hit that bull.
Michael, you require 101.
Again, you seem to always do it with very stubborn creatures, dart players. 101, this is for the match. Needs a treble. 19s he's gone for the 12s.
77.
Had the option to go to 15s for the
Kevin,
18s there as well.
8.
Just move yourself down
Game
slightly.
shot
There's the 4s. That's what Kevin Garcia has found to level up the game. This one's going all the way. And the doubling from both has been very impressive.
7 and final leg. It's Michael
6 darts at the double and hit 3. That's a 50%. 60% for Kevin Garcia. He's only had 5 darts at the double, but has hit 3 of those. One of those was 26. At the ball for that 128.
And there you got the match averages so far. And I would suspect, considering
77.
what you're going to get from Jim McEwan, what you're going to get from James Hurrell, and potentially from Robert Owen, the 3 favourites for the group, you may have to raise your standard to
140.
I don't know what you think, Matt, but I'm thinking around at least 88.
It's the exact number I was going to go with.
60.
And when we look at those finishing stats, the issue really is in those power scoring phases for both these players. Not getting those double treble combinations, which Robert Owen, Jim McEwan, them sort of players are going to be getting. And 60% and 50%, we've got to think that's not going to stay there throughout the day. So that's going to come down. So as that comes down, we're going to need to see a lot more trebles.
Throughout stage 1, the doubles percentage going into the Champions final on Saturday night, it was hovering at around 1 in every 3 shots. So it was about 33%.3.
100.
You don't see many players having
114.
a doubles percentage over 38%. Huntley does not get another match dart.
58. Kevin,
Let's find out if he gets any more.
So he took a big finish out on the ball. Kev Garcia, 128 earlier on in the game.
64.
Leaves
Michael, you
himself on
require
for 100
56.
if Michael Huntley does not take out the 56. He's going to get 2 darts for the match.
Game,
and he wraps it up.
The match.
The battle
Michael
of
Huntley.
2 debutants goes the way of Michael Huntley. It's a 4-3 victory. Held his throw in the last leg. 57% on the double. 60% from Kevin Garcia. Both of them very impressive on the outs. Going to need to find a couple more trebles as the day goes. But as far as debuts go, that is pretty good from Michael Huntley. The 4-3 win gets him 2 points. Coming up next, James Hurrell and Robert Owen will both be looking to get their first points on the board.
So then our second last leg decider this morning has gone in the way of Michael Huntley in that one, coming out 4-3 winner over Garcia. The battle of the debutantes, and it was a superb showing from both of them in that one. Huntley settled into it the quicker, but a superb 1-2-8 outshot on the bull from Garcia helped him haul his way back into the contest. Huntley responded well, but missed double 12 for a ton plus out of his own. Garcia forced a decider, but Huntley again responded well to go out in 17. As you can see, the finishing stats from both of them sublime in that one. 57% for Huntley, 60%, 3 out of 5 for Garcia. That 1-2-8 certainly the highlight for him on debut. Next up then, we've got James Hurrell against Rob Owen, both of them looking for their first win of this morning's session. Hurrell did very little wrong in his opening match of the session. 4 180s in that one and 50% checkout success in that match as well. As we can see, one of his finishes from his opener there, that 65 was his highest checkout in that match. As for Rob Owen, well, I bumped into him just now and he's berating himself slightly, wondering why he isn't finishing legs as strongly as he'd like at the moment, especially as he said 8s and 16s are his favourite doubles. It seems to be the same old story for him, doesn't it? Racing out into a lead, but just faltering towards the back end of matches. Can he show more consistency in this one? Let's find out. Guys, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, round 2 of our matches start right here. It doesn't come much stronger than this, that's for sure. We'll see Kevin Garcia take on Jim McEwan in match 5, and Shane McGuirk will take on Mike Huntley in match 6 to see who will stay undefeated from those two. But the WDF world number 1, the 38-year-old, is back to see if he can get his campaign up and running now against the highly fancied Rob Owen, who did have problems in the bottom left corner of the board. They're both 38 years of age, and I suppose, Matthew Edgar, that's a pretty prime age to be doing your best stuff in this sport.
Yeah, there's no real sort of set age, is there? We're seeing people like Josh Rock coming through at 21 years old and beating everybody with ridiculous numbers, and then we're seeing Jim McEwan in this group, who's finding his best starts at 55 years old. So I suppose if we average that out, we've got Robert Owen and James Hurrell bang in the middle.
Just got to put something out there. We just had a question on Twitter this morning from Lee Kempson. And thank you for your question, Lee. A very constructive one as well. If you want to get in touch with us, you can see our social channels on the graphic on your screen there. Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. At MSS Darts. MODUS Super Series. Just search for that in the search bar and you will find us. But a great question from Lee, asking how long this series is. Well, it is the same as stage 1. It will be a 13-week thing, so 12 weeks of qualifying. The winner of each week will go forward to the Champions Week, which will take place in early 2023.
140.
So if you are programming your diary for the next few months, our last day of qualification action for 2022 will be on the 18th of December, and we will be back on the 2nd of January. So not much of a break for us. But in relation to Robert Owen, he does have a tour card starting next year. And he was already slated to play here in week 1. That's why he's here. We don't want to renege on that. So that's why he's been honoured with his invite for week 1. But he's not going to be taking part in Champions Week.
Yeah, part of the deal of getting a tour card is you can't appear on other broadcasts and TV productions, and this one coming to you on Sporty Stuff TV means that Robert will not be allowed to take part if he does get through.
I think, in a funny sort of way, that Robert Owen has got a target on his back this week. Because he's someone who is leaving us going into 2023. And he just sensed that people are going to want to take out the new tour card holder.
100.
At least that's the way that I would think about it.
148.
I don't know what that says about me.
That is very fair. We say dart players are very quirky. As soon as that new board goes up as well, when we first play to hit the treble on it, there's all these little
83
strange things
Robert,
that we
you
do.
Require 81.
James Hurrell was not able to get a breaker throw in his opening game. All 7 legs went with throw.
69.
Needed to have found one there if Robert
James
took the
requires
81, but he
65.
doesn't. So an opportunity for James, who hasn't been broken yet today. 3 out of 3 in that column to extend it.
Is Robert having an internal conversation with himself about missing doubles? 65 was the best checkout for Hurrell in his first game.
55.
It doesn't come to pass
Robert,
here.
you require 12.
You would fancy that Owen should break the throw now. Just above that one. Other side.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
first
done.
leg. Robert Owen.
That is a break of throw. A bit of a slow start to game number 4. A leg that Hurrell maybe shouldn't have lost. But you could say the same for Robert.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Yeah, you asked if he's having a
game on
internal conversation. I think that's turned into an external one, and it's written all across his face. When he gets that dart in the bottom of the bed, he looks so likely. You see from that side angle there, the dart very Phil Taylor-like, just laying down.
In 2018, Robert Owen did vocalise his ambitions. He said, I want to be the best player in Wales. Now, he said that before Johnny Clayton turned into the demonic ferret that he is on a dartboard, and before Gerwyn Price became world champion. On some level, he may have tempered that ambition, but he still wants to be one of the best players in the world.
140.
Where do you assess the chances of Owen for the next 2 years? Where do you think he will be in 2 years from now?
Well, he's shown us what he can do in terms of the ceiling. He got to the semi-final, didn't he, at the UK Open? I think that might have been 2018, actually.
That was it.
And if you can make the semi-final of that event, that is
140.
the best players in the world in a short game after game after game type format in front of TV cameras, then you could easily be pushing into that top 64, and then that's the goal. 2-year tour card, get in the top 64, reassess after that.
Different ambitions for Hurrell.
105.
As he misses the ball.
Robert, you require 60.
For a ton plus out for the first time today, and Owen dreams of shots like this where no dart in the way.
40.
And that's a bad dart
James,
for Robert. The amount of times
25.
I've seen him pluck that double 10 for a shot like that over the last couple of years, I can't even measure it. Double 8 for Hurrell.
Game shot on the
Much better
second
leg.
leg.
14 dart break
James
back.
Hurrell.
And that's more like it.
Third leg, it's James to throw first.
You are definitely
Game on.
one of these people who's going to understand this, because I follow your social media feeds and you do make me giggle. But every now and again, you come up with something really serious.
100.
And you've talked probably more than I have about darting footwear. Are you on Brown Shoe Watch this week?
No, I tend to find that we don't get many brown shoes now. It's more going down the trainer road, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not much in the way of brown shoe activity. But what we do have here with James Hurrell
100
is footwear that looks very similar to what Nathan Aspinall wears. They look a bit blingy, a bit current, a bit fashionable, with that
100
somewhat mirror-style stripe across the back. Now, Nathan told me that these are something that he found out were quite trendy. I don't know the name of the brand, and I'm probably not going to mention it even if I did know. But Nathan Aspinall found out about these trainers apparently from The Only Way is Essex.
Well, I'm having a look at those trainers. They look like they've got a bit of a lift on the back of them, which is going to be nice on the Achilles.
With a stance like James's, he's going to put a lot of pressure on the right side of the
58.
instep. And it's something that most dart players forget to do. You've got to take care of your feet. You spend so much time on the front foot that it puts so much pressure on different parts of the joints. Take care of every aspect of yourself if you're a pro dart player or a semi-pro player. It really will help.
Robert, you require 61.
Uses the 25 this
Game shot on
time.
the third leg.
That's the third
Robert
breaker throw.
Owen.
No one can hold. Can Robert Owen hold? If he can, he'll take a 3-1 lead. And
fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And we look at
game on.
When you're saying take care of all these different parts, that's because injuries in darts are going through the roof. And that's because these things haven't been considered by our era or people before
60.
us. And I suppose that's because we never really had to play what we're having to play, or the schedules that we're having to do, that we can now pass that advice and say, we got it wrong.
134.
This game is going through a lot of advancements. Yeah, the amount of injuries I've seen from dart players, extraordinary over the last few
100.
seasons. More surgeries than I can possibly mention. I've had surgeries. Jamie Hughes has had surgeries. Yeah, Clarkson's had surgery.
99.
Many, many more. Dimitri Vandenberg had some treatment on his knee as well.
Jeffrey does 1.
100.
Good example. Hasn't really been the same player since that surgery, but it's starting to put things together now.
A lot of the time as well, there's probably people that need things but won't go do it because
121.
Now, Peter Wright waited for about, what was it, 2 years to get surgery on something internal, gallbladder surgery he needed.
60.
And then eventually he said, look, I'm not going to go to Australia and New Zealand. I need to get this thing out of my body.
It's a good response again here from James Hurrell.
97.
Leaves himself 50 after 12. After 12 darts, Robert Owen is not on a finish. That means we could be about to go 4 legs, all with breaks,
145.
which would be interesting because in the Jim McEwan James Hurrell game, the first game of the day, that was a game that went all with holds.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Perfect example of a checkout right there, which tells you which double a player will prefer. If you're not sure,
it's James to throw first. Game on.
Somebody should ask you the question. If you've got 50 left, what are you going to leave? You either go 18 or you go 10, and then you've got the odd smart cookie that goes for 14 for double 18, of course.
134.
But Hurrell is obviously a tops merchant.
Sometimes as well, that comes down to the area you grow up in as well, because I remember when I was growing up,
96.
I always liked to leave the 32, the double 16. But there'd be people in the local bars and things that would be like, do not go for 20 for 52 in case you hit the treble. And the same thing for that 50. You might find that people prefer the 10 for the tops because there's no opportunity of busting, like slipping in the 18s.
Does depend how good you are, I suppose.
83.
But it's a somewhat defensive attitude, isn't it? Saying that you could possibly bust the score. But I do get the logic behind it.
If that's drummed into you from a young age, we tend to go back to our childhood.
140.
Especially in those sort of moments of crisis or panic.
You mentioned a little bit earlier that we've had nothing but
41
breaks of throw this match so far.
90.
I think that's about to change.
You would not get good odds on that prediction. Because even with that miss, he's got
40.
a lot of time on his hands. Robert Owen really is a maximum or nothing here. James Hurrell took 50 out in the last leg.
140.
That'll be the first holder throw in this match, and he'll take the lead for the first time in this game.
This game is all about replication.
Game shot.
He doesn't replicate what he did in the previous leg, but he does get the same result. 3-2 to the England captain right now. And one of the reasons I mentioned that
gets Robert to throw first.
Is because he's been part of a very, very successsul England team this year that went on to win the team championship of the Europe Cup. He beat the Netherlands in the final, which had a very strong squad. The Netherlands had Klaassen, they had Denny Alderkalter, Danny van Tripe, who could well be finding his way to the tour for the next couple of years. Wesley Plazier, who's had a very good season. But the England squad, captained by Hurrell, Josh Richardson, who's played with us, Scott Williams, who has played with us, and Luke Littler, who wasn't even old enough to play with us.
96.
Which I think a lot of players will say, good.
Yeah. Littler's had a phenomenal couple of years, and he's only a kid.
105.
Great reaction this from Robert Owen. 76 after just 9 darts. So it's looking very likely that this is going to go all the way. And who knows what could happen in a last leg shootout. Last leg shootouts traditionally
76.
are awkward. And when you've got the amount of breaks of throws and different holds, and there's no pattern to this game.
56.
Not over till it's over. Owen has missed a fair few doubles today. In his first game, he missed 9 shots. He's already missed
50.
7
Robert, you
in this
require
game.
20.
The pattern has continued somewhat. Double 5.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
That's a courageous start
Robert
because with
Owen.
Hurrell north of 200, there was the option of 2 double 4 there. We're going the distance for the 3rd time in 4 matches on Monday morning.
7th and final leg.
It's
It's
interesting
James to
that
throw
265
first.
because realistically,
Game
James
on.
should have been down at the 19s. 5 19s would have left him in the 170. Could have left the 132 if he'd have got 2 trebles. Stayed on the 20, then moved to the bull, missed the bull and hit the 15, which kept the shot open back to the treble 20 again. It was nearly so wrong it could have been right.
100.
I'm one of those pundits and analysts within the game who has the freedom of working on many different projects, and I love what I do. But it gives you a great perspective
100.
on tactics of different groups of players. Now, a few seasons consecutively, I did the PDC World Championship for the radio, and then as soon as that was over, I went to the Lakeside. 3 consecutive
100.
years, all won by Glenn Durrant, funnily enough. But the biggest difference between the PDC crop and the BDO crop at the time was tactics.
140.
The tactics of the PDC guys vastly outweighed the tactical nous of some of the BDO players because of approach shots from 265, from 271, those kind of numbers. That, for me, is where
41.
some semi-pros have got to catch up.
Well, you've got to think with the PDC and with the pro game, if you can buy yourself an extra dart 2 times in a game or 3 times, that's
140.
a handful of darts, which is massive when we look at the very, very small margins that defines a player winning or losing on the tour.
Well, in Super Series darts, 1 dart could cost you 10 grand. That's what we've seen from the last few days. Darts have cost players thousands of pounds.
100.
If you go to the
Robert,
very
you
top of the
require
mountain, 1 dart could cost you
121.
300 grand. 121 for a steal to make sure that Hurrell is not off the mark in his first 2 games. But still, Owen might fancy his chances of getting there.
85. James, you require 160.
This needs to be perfect. There is no room for error on a 160. It needs to be 2 trebles. Not that one. So Robert Owen will return. Looking at double 18.
60. Robert, you
for
require
4-3
36.
victory.
Game,
We
shot,
said he's
and
got
the
the
match.
Stone Cold
Robert
Steve
Owen.
Austin knee brace, and that was a stunning leg of darts from Robert Owen there to wrap that up in 13. Another breaker throw there, and look at that average, 95 from Robert Owen. He sees this one through and gets his first 2 points on the board with that 4-3 victory over James Hurrell. Coming up next is Kevin Garcia against Jim McEwan.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Robert Owen has just got his first win of the session, coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of James Hurrell in that one. A real good tussle, 10 points in the average, but neither player really taking the match by the scruff of the neck and pulling away, and it made for a really intriguing contest, producing our third decider of the morning so far. In that decider, a 13-dart leg for Robert Owen, who actually ended the match far more clinical on the outer ring than he started it, pinning double 18 to get over the line. 4 out of 12 on the outer ring, as you could see. James Hurrell not really doing much wrong in that one, but it is a second defeat of the morning for him. Next up then, we've got Jim McEwan against Garcia. McGuirk, the 2-5 favourite to get the win in this one. Of course, he won his opening match in a last leg decider. Garcia will certainly take inspiration from his opening match as well. His finishing in particular was really impressive in that opening match on debut, of course, and that 1-2-8 there, we can see it from Kev Garcia in that match. That was a real highlight for him. He just lost out in his last leg decider. Right then, let's get into this one and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, interesting game ahead, with McEwan winning his first game in a very, very handsome style. Nearly a 97 average to start things off. He looked very, very comfortable against the James Hurrell that definitely gave him some problems, but Garcia, the 40-year-old from St Helens, will not be thinking that he played too badly in his debut match, averaging 80, but 60% of the doubles gives him something to cheer about. But you do sense that against Chucky, he's going to have to find something more in the scoring aspect.
Doesn't have to find anything in the shirt aspect. I've just took note of that. How did that one pass us by? That's a shirt and a half there for Storm.
Yeah, that is a solid effort.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Do you know what? That shirt
Game
gives
on.
me John Henderson vibes. It looks a bit like Hendo's shirt with the lightning and the black and the blue, but yeah, that is a solid effort, Kev. Fair play to you.
131.
I'll be mentioning the odds before the off-air. There's been quite a bit of a backing here for Jim McEwan, really, and that would be on the evidence of that opening game. Like I say, Jim McEwan, 97 average, near enough.
140.
Didn't lose a single leg with the throw. In a 4-3 victory over James Hurrell. Kev Garcia went down 4-3.
180.
That 80 averaging is a lot better than that, and he's already started this one in a much better vein of form. We said he needs to improve on that scoring, and that is 2 visits already. 131 and 180.
100.
I mentioned a little bit earlier that the likes of Huntley and McGuirk and Garcia will learn a lot about themselves
94.
this week. Take note of what Chris Mason was saying the last couple of weeks, especially when he was playing in week 12. When you've finished your campaign for the day, your efforts aren't finished.
45.
You need to rest properly. You need to
96.
hydrate properly to give yourself the energy to come back and do it again. Playing darts tired, you'll get
56.
found out. It's all right. Right now, Monday morning, you've got adrenaline pumping. It's all new and shiny. We will find out more about you in days to come. But all you can do as a dart player and a sports person in any sport is just manage
60.
the now.
Kevin, you require 40.
Kevin's managing the now very well. Tops after 12.
20.
I don't know about you, Matt.
Jim,
Did
you
you find
require
that second dot was thrown very
156.
quick?
I was going to say he's certainly picked up the pace in this game. But I found so far that picking up the pace in this game was a positive for him, so I was waiting till he hit the double.
43. Kevin, you require 20.
He doesn't hang around, that's for sure. He holds that dart very delicately towards the back of the barrel. He decided to leave double 2 here
Jim,
instead of busting the score.
113.
pick his pocket.
How does the song go? You've got to pick a pocket or two. I think that was Oliver Twist, wasn't it?
I believe so. It'll be 2s for Kev Garcia if McEwan misses.
So you've got to pick a pocket or twos.
57. Kevin, you require 4.
Chris Murphy's not even here and I'm seeing stuff like that. What's happened to me?
We used to have a phrase, 2s never lose. That's a nice lie. Just come to the left. He's not moved.
2.
Don't like that. Shuffle to the left,
Jim,
and that was a nice
56.
big open target. Jim McEwan could steal this one.
Game shot on the first leg.
Don't leave Jim McEwan on tops. There are certain players in World Darts at semi-pro level, and even at the top of the game, you just think, if they've got multiple darts at tops, you've missed your opportunity. McEwan is one of those players. He's very much like Robert Thornton.
$85.
One of the good things about where we are here is we really get to watch the throws, and those first 2 darts from Jim McEwan, you almost knew they wasn't going to go well. Because if you watch the dart in the hand, they actually went loose, and you could see the point all over the place in the hand. Not gripping these very well.
No, he's having a bit of a shocker so far. But that week where he got 28 points in Group A, maybe the best thing he did in those 15 games was winning
60.
when he didn't play well. Able to scrap as well as dominate. That is the mark of a very tidy player. We have actually heard from Gail McEwan this morning about the topic of shoes.
140.
She's mentioning something about Jim moaning about the price of his shoes. And she's mentioned something about burgundy shoes. Now, he's not wearing burgundy shoes today, Gail, but I wonder what shoes you're actually referring to. I wonder if you're referring to these comfortable-looking numbers that he's sporting today.
It's not
89.
The cheapest brand, and from what I know of Jim so far, he doesn't like to part with money too easily.
Is that your kind way of saying he's tight?
130.
I'll let you handle that landmine, by the way.
Jimmy requires 62.
I don't think there's many dart players I've met that aren't tight. I'll just put them all under the same umbrella.
That's a nice get out you're just giving yourself there. Really well done. Double top.
Game shot
And there
the
is the
second
evidence.
leg.
15 darter this time. And McEwan doubles the lead. Is he going to be the person to catch
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw
come the end of
first.
today? I know it's
Game
early
on.
for me to say that, but he knows how to get it done on Mondays and Tuesdays.
96.
And you've done it many times before. It just feels familiar and comfortable when you're doing it again.
I'm going to throw a little dare out there because we are only 1 week away from Halloween. Now I know there's people out there who say, oh, Halloween's an American thing. Why? Oh, come on, be fun. You only get life once. Everybody start
100.
smiling. But next week, everybody should be frowning and being scary. Now, if Jim McEwan wins this week, I want him in fancy dress next Monday as Chucky, and I want it on social media. Did you hear me, Gail?
59.
Get it done. I want to see that. And on the flip side, if Kevin Garcia wins, he's got to get in full
57.
golf regalia and dress himself up as Sergio Garcia.
You a fan of Halloween yourself?
Absolutely. I was so on board with us having a Halloween special next Monday, asking the players to dress up in
100.
fancy dress, but they poo-pooed my idea.
Is that why you came in fancy dress today?
Yeah, I came as the asset.
88.
Just walked straight into that one, really.
Yeah, I'm afraid you did. It would have been cool, though, having week 2 starting off in fancy dress. It would have been a very entertaining day. But anyway, we'll do that sometime in the future.
100.
Christmas.
Kevin, you require
That'd be a good time to do
160.
it. Christmas jumper day, that'd be interesting because everyone plays in short sleeves. Be a different tournament that one, wouldn't it? Christmas jumper day.
Jim, you require 146.
I know some of our backroom staff love a Christmas jumper, so you can handle that one. Now 146 is not going to go. Garcia, who has had plenty of shots at double in this match. In fact, he's missed 8 so far.
61.
Without success.
Kevin, you require
that needs to
64.
change.
On tops, top of the board.
44.
Last time he was up there, he
Jim,
came low. He comes low
85.
again. Jim McEwan has not missed a dart at a double yet in this game. He will not get another one. As that little bit of
39.
misgripping comes in again. He
Kevin,
will go left when that
20.
happens.
Game shot.
Garcia finds the target.
Kevin Garcia.
And that deficit is cut to just the one leg now, where it could have been 3. And how many times have we said that already
leg,
today?
It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Garcia was one of the players that was in that position, I believe, as well earlier on today. And then when he got that first one on the board, started to play better. That's when he took out that 1-2-8. That was a holder throw, which
96.
means the run continues for Jim McEwan at the moment. Not been broken yet today.
I was going to mention something about Kevin in his previous match, but I was somewhat rudely interrupted by some brilliant shots from himself and his opponent, Mike Huntley. But I am aware that Kevin Garcia currently holds
59.
an unwanted record of the amount of darts that have fallen out of the board in a European Tour event. His only visit to the European Tour back in 2019 in what was, from my experience, the hottest atmosphere I've ever been a part of in Prague in the summer of 2019. An event won by Jamie Hughes when he beat Stephen Bunting in the final. So it was a good weekend for the
100
Merseyside players, but not so much for Kevin Garcia, who lost 6-0 to Jermaine Watamina. And that was largely because of the fact that 13 darts fell on the floor.
Not sure the exact number, but I remember it happening to Rod Harrington many, many years ago at the World Match Play in Blackpool.
123. Kevin, you require 98.
Beautiful first dart. He'd love a 12.
79. Jim,
Instead,
you
it might be a 3-1 deficit.
Move over to the 16s. Treble for double, single for bull.
Game shot.
And he wraps it up on the ball.
Jim McEwan.
Last time Kev Garcia got his first leg on the board, he took the shot out on the ball with a 1-2-8. Now he's just received one. He had 2 darts himself.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw
2
first.
darts at the double 19 for a 98 finish. But you give Jim McEwan a chance and he will take it. That is the story of this game.
40.
3 from 3.
Now, what do you call that dart from Garcia, the one that dangles? Because I made up the phrase the grandfather clock because it goes ding-dong like that. It's like a little pendulum.
Yeah, I was thinking some sort of pendulum.
180.
That or that thing you get in the cartoons, you know, where it swings and it hits the balls and one goes up the other side. And
oh, the Newton's cradle. Well, the Dutch call it a hat stand because the flight is dangling there like a hat or a scarf on the hat stand. And I actually quite like that phrasing. So that's called a hat stand dart. Just another one of those darting phrases you might want to remember.
Just as advised, got a few more darts to the left. That's going to be the MO for Jim McEwan, I think, at the moment.
57.
Yeah, if he has missed, it has been to the left, hasn't it? It's been the 5 segment that has been the magnet for some of his shots so far today, but that's exactly where he wants to put it. But look at that. That's missed by a good 1.5 inches.
125.
Just not gripping the dart well in the hand. But when you've got this misgripping with the hand and you're still throwing near enough a 90 average and you're 100% on your doubles,
140.
we'll take that.
Jim, you require
You just wonder if he's
156.
using new equipment, because sometimes with new equipment you've got a bit too much grip. That was not too bad. Doesn't have to go 60 here.
140.
It's a beautiful dart, though, with those tapered nose barrels. He can get them so close together, it's frightening.
140.
So by the end of this
Jim,
one,
you require 16.
and McEwan averaging over 91 again. Double 4 can find his way to 4 points. Round the houses.
Game,
But
shot,
into
and the match.
penthouse
Jim McEwan
with 4 points. Now, he may have some company on 4 points after the next match, but after 1/3 of our action for Monday morning, it's just another tale of Jim McEwan being undefeated in Group A. Now, look at that. 4 little snowmen for that average, 88.88. You just wonder if that's going to be lucky for him going forward, but the checkouts weren't too bad either. He got himself almost 67% and taking advantage of some misses there from Merseyside's Garcia. We will close round 2, and it will be 2 debutants today taking each other on, with Ireland's Shane McGuirk taking on Wales' Mike Huntley in match 6 after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwan has just made it 2 wins from 2 at the start of Group A. Matt Edgar alongside me to discuss what we've seen so far. Another impressive display there from Jim.
Yeah, he's playing well and he's doing what Jim McEwan always does when he comes down here, and that's winning games. It doesn't matter how he does it with really good stuff and he does it with average stuff. He's done it with bad stuff before. Jim McEwan just wins down here, doesn't he? And last time he was down here, we said he got 28 points. It was only Josh Payne that stopped him in the 30. going to have another go at that, isn't he?
He is indeed. And from someone who can't stop winning, James Hurrell, he'll be wondering how on earth he's not picked up any points yet this morning.
We said this on week 12, didn't we, before we went to Champions Week with Chris Mason. Chris Mason was playing fantastic and not getting wins, and James Hurrell's now becoming this week's Chris Mason. He's playing really good darts, he's just not getting wins. And sometimes you've got to do something different to turn that performance into wins, and he'll be back on the practice board now for sure, and just trying to find that little bit of secret sauce.
And someone who did certainly change things in his last match, Rob Owen, because his finishing, you could see how much it was starting to get to him. Really impressive the way he was able to turn things around in his last match.
Yeah, you can see that's something that is probably feelings costing him games, because you could see the frustration written literally all over his face as that went on. And then as the game went on, he got better and better and stronger and took out that 13 darter in the last, which will be good signs going forward.
And Shane McGuirk up next. Some really good finishing from him in that victory over Rob Owen. The 104 in particular, there we can see it up on the screen. That really turned the tide in that match, didn't it?
Yeah, well, the big turning point in that one was Robert Owen was absolutely cruising, running over 110 average, looking like he's going to go 3-0 up. Missed those darts at a double, and Shane stepped in and won the next 4 legs. And that is good quality darts, and to be able to resist that sort of level of performance, just put it to the back of your mind and move forward, is very positive signs for the rest of this group.
Yeah, and as Rob was saying, missing those double 8s, double 16s, something he's normally so strong on, that was clearly playing on his mind. He's up against Mike Huntley, who in his last match, he also, some really good finishing from him in that one.
Yeah, the debutants have done well, haven't they? You know, when we look at, when you come into something like this and you've, the cameras are like microscopes, aren't they? And then you've got myself and Paul Nicholson sat downstairs, judging everything that's going on as well. You don't know how you're going to settle into that, especially this early in the morning. And they've both settled in quite well. Kev Garcia has grown in his performance. Again, we go back to Chris Mason and we say, he said he was nervous and then he got better as it went and expected to get better. I'd expect the same with both of these as well.
Yeah, indeed, and especially for Huntley, a certain way to settle the nerves, getting those 2 points on the board early doors. Nico, back over to you for this one.
Yes, thanks, Abby. Interesting game coming up to close out round number 2. But only one thing is certain about this game, and that is that somebody is going to join Jim McEwan on 4 points. I'm going to have to ask Michael Huntley as to how you pronounce that hometown of his. I might have to have a word with Abigail Davis too, because she's from Wales as well, proudly so. But it's a battle of the black and green, as you can see in the shirt department here. They both got the memo.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And one thing I'll say about Shane McGuirk, because even though he won his first game, we spent a lot of time talking about Robert Owen in that match and his exploits with us, away from
83.
us, and what is to come. But let's give Shane McGuirk the mic, so to speak, because he's had a pretty good season.
80.
He's won himself a ranking tournament in the WDF in, I'm not going to say Spain because it's Catalonia. Won at Barcelona.
140.
But in a PDC sense, he did play the Challenge Tour very recently, did Shane. And his last result on the 16th of October, just a week ago,
30.
was his best. The last 16 where he lost out to Andy Hamilton. So he is starting to put something together, and he might be a bit of an
100.
Unknown quantity to a lot of people, but there's definitely signs, Matthew Edgar, that he could be someone who could have a very good time of it here at the Super Series.
100.
He's got the ingredients, hasn't he? And we've seen before Conor Heenahan, Dan Reed, people that have shown signs and glimmers of things. When they've come here and they've put it all together, it's excelled them to a different level. Could be the next one on that list.
It's kind of what we do now, isn't it? We just find the next crop of
180.
talent to go to the tour.
Shane, you require 53.
Or the seniors, in the case of Michael Huntley.
Game shot on the first leg.
Whoever is picking and scouting these players is doing a fantastic job. That's a 15 darter there for Shane McGuirk. Didn't get rattled by the missing
Second
of the
leg,
big
it's
number.
Michael to throw first.
Pops
Game
in the
on.
7, pops in the tops, holds his throw, 1-0 up, averaging 100. Easy.
one of the good things about social media is that it gives a lot of people a chance to see who's playing well, not just through statistics, but through live streams. Now, you can watch the MODUS Super Series through the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel now. That has changed. It's the only YouTube angle you can watch it in now. But I'm sure you're watching on Sporty Stuff TV, our
59
broadcast partner here in the UK. But the information that is at hand on all of these players
100.
now, it has educated myself and a lot of my colleagues within the sport. I know you as well, Matt. You love to watch people's numbers as they come in. But if we know what they're doing, they can be vaulted into this sort of shop window.
123.
Also shows the depth of the sport as well at the moment, doesn't it? The sport's never been so strong for depth. People go on all the time, don't they, about like, is 60. The standard getting better? I think the standard's not getting better. What's getting better is the amount of people that can produce it.
That is so true. I recently saw Jules Van Donnen, a very, very talented American player, average 110. Now, I will flat out say that I didn't think he could do that. But when you see someone like him averaging 110, you think
134.
The technical and mental capabilities of all of the players are better than ever.
Well, that will bring Mike back to the board again.
Michael, you require 40.
But 2 solid holds a throw.
$20. Shane, you require 64.
That could be costly. He obviously likes tops because he went for the treble 8 there.
44.
He has a little bit of a tiff
Michael,
with tops
20.
just for now. Called the Arrow. We'll dissect that in a second. But it's the green bed at the top.
Shot on the second leg.
That gives Michael Huntley his first leg of this contest. He's wearing a bit of green. Why isn't he called the Green Arrow? Wasn't that a superhero?
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
I thought you was going to jump in and steal something I was going to tee up at some point today of saying, wouldn't it be interesting if him and Bo Graves was playing
94.
Ooh, now there's a good thing. The Arrow versus Bow and Arrow.
140.
They'd have to do it like Ant and Dec, you know, where they stand on the left and the right.
What the dun 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 dun
94.
thing. I watch way too much of Saturday Night Takeaway. It's one of my favourite shows. You know, it's the early part of the season when you're in a hotel room
82.
watching Saturday Night Takeaway, getting ready for Super Series action on a Saturday night, I might add.
This is my favourite time of the year, actually, because it links straight into Britain's Got Talent.
I thought I knew you. Well, that ranking event that Shane McGuirk won earlier this year, it was in Barcelona. It's called 41. The FCD Anniversary Open. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but if you think about who he beat en route to that win, it gets a little bit more credit
57.
Because he beat Martin Jongen in the quarterfinals from the Netherlands by 4-2. Then he took out Mike Gillett of Wales in the semis. Now, a lot of our followers
95.
and viewers for the MODUS Super Series will know who Mike Gillett is, the left-hander who lives in Hampshire. But the person he beat in the final gives that title a lot of credit.
60.
Andy Bartons of Belgium,
143.
one of the best semi-pro players in Europe. And that was only on
45.
the 4th of September. It wasn't that long ago. So he's definitely in form.
That tees up an opportunity now for Michael.
106.
Will give him 2 darts at the treble.
Michael, you require 98.
Hoping he only needs the 1. Likely to come over to the 18s. That'll leave in the 12s.
Game shot.
That is a great finish.
Michael Huntley.
Michael Huntley. And most importantly, that is a breaker throw. Michael Huntley only played one game here so far. That was victory. 4-3 against Kevin Garcia. And in that game, the doubles was strong. He had 7 darts at a double and hit 4.
100.
33%, which is where we said you need to be if you want to be a genuine contender for winning groups.
I couldn't agree more.
180.
I think there is definitely potential with Mike Huntley. In fact, I recently said that he is one of a few people who could potentially go on to claim
38.
some big honours in the senior game. He has been playing the World Seniors qualifying tournaments like Chris Mason and some others. And I would not be shocked to see him qualify for the World Seniors Championship
60.
in February. There will be qualifiers for that very, very soon. So watch out for Huntley in those efforts. He will definitely want to be there.
81.
That's looking like a tasty event, isn't it? The lineup's looking strong this year.
Yeah, we've had new names confirmed for that in the last few days.
85.
Chris Mason is going to be part of it. Cole Stompy is going to be in it.
Mark Dudbridge, who won Group A on week 12.
Yeah, good shout.
43.
Didn't Mark play well?
$81.
This is a good reaction from Shane. He lost his throw in the last leg and leaves himself 95 after 12. It was 98. Michael Huntley taken out. Same thing, he's going to need to
99.
find a
Shane,
treble
you
unless he
require
goes the
95.
safety road, which we don't really see very often now.
Yeah, it's not as fashionable anymore, is it? Because of Raymond van Barneveld's comments about
39.
if you're good enough, you should be able to find a treble in your first 2 darts. I see what he means by that. It all depends on what you fancy. Huntley, all he can do is leave tops.
100.
That's exactly what he does.
Shane, you require 56.
We expect Shane to leave tops. He's been leaving it all game so far.
Game shot on the
If you're a
fourth
tops
leg.
man, you tend to
Shane
find you like
McGuirk.
10s as well. You tend to practice those breakdowns. He transitioned very well down into the 10s.
Fifth leg, it's
Hit
Shane
his
to
throw
throw
back.
first. Game on.
Level game. Now, it's essentially a best of 3.
Do you know how to pronounce
57.
Michael Huntley's hometown? Because when it was on our graphic, I had an inkling, but it feels like something I'm going to need to
100.
practice this week before I get it right.
I'm not good at pronouncing anything. I literally, before this, I was a teacher.
95.
And if I used to have to do the register, I used to get one of the children to do the register because me pronouncing names was wrong.
Oh, you cheater.
81.
There was a shortcut there somewhere.
That's a better way to put it, actually. That's a really good educational way for people to do the reading activities, isn't it? To do the register.
180.
But I'll tell you what, that's great delegation.
Oh, they used to love it. You'd go, who wants to do the register today? Hands would go up.
100.
See, that's genius. You've got them thinking it's a good idea. What are you going to teach me this week?
Probably not a lot, to be fair.
59.
Don't undersell yourself. Well, Huntley finds himself behind in the scoring stakes again.
140.
You know for a fact what McGuirk wants to do.
Shane, you require 110.
He'd love to get the 60 for a 10 in tops. He's not out of it yet. He's got a shot at the ball.
85.
That was close.
Michael, you require 80.
Yes. For a third consecutive breaker throw. Want to stay straight. Got in there just before I could say it. Still on. 11s.
58.
That would have been some recovery.
Shane, you require 25.
Double 8.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He's been decent in that
Shane
corner as
McGuirk.
well. Has the arrow, and he's got himself the lead at 3-2 again. Familiar territory, because this is exactly where he stood in his previous game, which he won by 4 legs to 2.
He's 1 leg away from joining Jim McEwan on 4.
100.
And that will actually be the next game, but both of them play. Jim McEwan throwing first against Shane McGuirk, so something would have to give.
45.
What did you make of the Champions Night on Saturday? I haven't had a chance to ask
30.
you that. Are you... Obviously, you'll be happy for Conan Whitehead. I know that he'll be extremely happy with the £20,000 cheque and the trophy
140.
and the glory of knowing that he was the first person to win a Champions Week under this roof. There can only be one person who gets the first of something, and he's the first. I wonder...
95.
Wonder what you felt about Saturday night's action, because it was an incredible atmosphere.
I've got to get one thing out of the way first. I love seeing the return of the
100.
giant check.
I knew you were going to mention the novelty check.
I've always thought, like, what a really good feature it'd be, like, to see like Conan White go around his like local town trying to spend it, like going into the shop and they'd be like, "Oh, that'll be £5," and him just pulling out this big novelty check. Do you take check?
Or to spend 5 minutes in your head.
95. Michael, you require
I'd walk into the bank.
36.
I want to pay this into my account, please.
Other than that, though, is a great... the amount of games that went all the way to a last leg shootout.
Shane, you
Just
require
shows how evenly
121.
matched it was. But you're going to have that after having so many weeks of process to get there.
Well, it's bullseye.
96.
And that's a match start
Michael,
missed
you
for
require
Shane.
110.
Plodding along at a standard which is very competitive. And he's going to get another look at a 25 checkout.
94. Shane, you require
This is to win
25.
by 4 legs to 2 for the second time. And to remain undefeated on his debut day. Oh,
No
it's
score.
too many. And
Michael,
he may
you
be
require
embroiled in a battle now.
16.
If Huntley's got anything to do with it.
Game shot on the
We just
6th
mentioned
leg.
all the games the
Michael
other day go
Huntley.
into the last leg shootout. This one is going to a last leg shootout. The reason last leg shootouts are interesting
7th
is
and
because
final leg. It's
it's
Shane
all
to
or
throw
nothing,
first. Game
which
on.
makes it get a little bit more nervy. Some people react to it really well.
95.
Start firing in the trebles. Other people give it a little bit twitchy.
What fascinates me on a small level,
140.
when someone's making their debut somewhere like here, they've obviously thought about what they're using at length, because he's got his own flights. He's got his own dart
60.
shirt. Do you remember when you had to do something first before you got those things? You used to use the stock stuff from the manufacturers, the plain flights,
60.
or maybe it had a little bit of a pattern on it, but it didn't have your name on it unless you were somebody. Now, because technology and personalization are so common, everybody's getting their own stuff. Everybody's
58.
a brand.
Yeah, he used to pick up all sorts of flights, and then you'd consider making your nickname something like the flight so you could say it was you.
60.
What's the best piece of darts merchandise you've come across in your days? I'll leave that one with you, because that could be something we'll talk about in the next match between James Hurrell and Kevin Garcia.
135.
I'll give you a bit of time to think about that one, because this one might be over pretty soon.
140. Shane, you
Got 3
require
maximums in this game, 2 for
153.
Shane, 1 for Huntley. Biggest finish of the match, 98 from Huntley. If he can improve on that and get the 101, he'll nick the points.
90. Michael, you require 101.
To do that, he's going to need 1 treble, 1 double, and a single. That's the single. At also is a single, so Shane
49.
will return 63 for the match.
Shane requires 63.
To join Jim McEwan on the top of the table, 4 points.
Tops it is.
Game, shot,
and tops he
and
gets.
the match.
That's
Shane
a lethal
McGuirk.
finish. It's almost as if he wanted to hit the single 13, the single 10 to leave that double top. That's how much he wants it. And look how much it means to him. Love to see that kind of spirit on a Monday morning as he gets a very hard-fought 4-3 win. The averages were not that different, and the checkouts were very similar as well. But McGuirk having the darts and getting that extra shot, that was the key to him remaining undefeated after 2 games on Monday. So, on 4 points, it is McGuirk. 4 points it is for McEwan. We will go into round 3 when we come back, and that will be Hurrell up against Garcia, both looking for their first points of Monday.
The Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Another last leg decider. This time it was Shane McGuirk who came through it, the 4-3 winner in that one. Been really impressed with how the Irishman's mindset and attitude has been from losing positions in his opening matches. Incredibly resilient, unflustered for the best part. Just like in his opener though, looked quite nervy when trying to close out the match. Needed a few attempts. But as shown in his reaction, these early wins certainly mean a lot to the Irishman. Still finished with 44% checkout success in that one. For Huntley, he was 3 out of 8 on the outer ring, that 98 checkout. The highest in the match, very similar averages, just north of 84 for both players. But Shane McGuirk's dream start to this morning's session continues as he now joins Jim McEwan on 4 points in the league table at this early stage. Next up then, we've got James Hurrell against Kevin Garcia. Hurrell will certainly be wondering how on earth he is still pointless in Group A. He is the favourite though to win this one at 2-5. Kevin Garcia, the outsider, at 7-4. Garcia is also looking for his first win, of course, of this morning's session. He's given a really good account of himself in his first 2 matches, but still unable to get that opening win that he certainly craves. Let's get back into this one then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Yeah, many welcomes back to the commentary box and to this stage, which Looks very quiet today, doesn't it, compared to Saturday night? But these are the qualifying rounds for week 1 of stage 2, where James Hurrell, the England captain, is still looking for his first 2 points. 2 narrow defeats so far today, both by 4 legs to 3. So if he can flip things around in the middle portion of today's play, he may be in a decent position going into Tuesday. But Matthew Edgar, the best that James Hurrell and Kevin Garcia can do going into Tuesday's play is now 6 points.
And the way that James has
First
been playing,
leg, it's James to throw first.
you expect him to be getting quite close to that. Been playing good darts without getting the results. 4-3 with a 97 average, 4-3 with a just shy of an 86. And you'd sort of feel that he's played Jim McEwan and Robert Owen, who are probably the 2 likely winners of Group A. So we should get a few more opportunities on the evidence of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assumption, actually. James Hurrell's been given the toughest draw at the start of Monday's play, but if we turn that around, then he has a buoyant portion of Monday's play from here to the end, because he will play the last match of the campaign against Mike Huntley in game 15. If he can walk away with 6 points, he'll feel great about that. But he will also play Robert Owen and Jim McEwan in his final 2 games on Tuesday. So by the time he plays those guys again, he could be in a very different position.
Yeah, if he can keep his levels up, you'd expect that, you know, he could be going into those games on 12 points, where Robert and Jim have still got to battle it out. Shane McGuirk is currently on 4 points. He's playing Jim next, so you can see how this gets really complicated at this time of day. Whenever you start thinking about league tables, positions, who could get through, it all starts getting a bit messy.
One thing that Hurrell does have ahead of some other people today, even ahead of Jim McEwan, is that he has played here before. He was here on launch night, the finals of week number 6 in stage 1. He was here.
96.
Albeit the fact that he came equal 5th with Diogo Portela of Brazil.
Game shot on the
first leg to Kevin Garcia. It's a break of throw, and the woes continue for Hillbilly Hurrell.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Kevin Garcia played well in the opening of his last game with Jim McEwan. We said he visibly changed the pace.
60.
He's playing at that higher pace again here.
Have you noticed the illustration on the flights of Kevin Garcia? Looks like a red rose, which is the symbol of Lancashire, isn't it? Almost looks like a scene from American Beauty, that one, with all the rose petals on it.
That's the first time you've made a movie reference that I know what you're on about.
It won't be the last, I'm sure. If you want to know what Matt and I talk about when we're not talking about darts, it's usually wrestling or
96.
Some other sort of dart-related topic. I'm specifically told by one of our backroom staff that I'm not allowed to talk about football today because I'm a Newcastle fan and the other person is a Tottenham fan. Oh, we're the lads.
100.
I got it up my system. I wonder what side of Merseyside Garcia is. I'll have to get to the bottom of that,
60.
but that's 120 on the floor, and it does happen. It's happened to him before.
I was just about to say that's risky. That looks loose. And that dart's gone pretty much in the same hole and knocked it out. There was a massive argument there to switch. He took a risk.
140.
And it did not pay off.
Because of the way his darts hit the board, they've got a bit of a wobble. They go in very upright, and he does throw them feather-like.
95.
See the reaction of that third dart there.
105.
It proves your point. I think the switch was 100% to play. I think he got it tactically wrong.
My initial thought when it hit the board was switch, risky. And he stayed there. If he'd gone to the side of the treble, it'd been okay. But because he's gone to that one, any movement on that dart
54.
was going to dislodge it
Kevin,
from
you
the
require
flight that was kind of
164.
holding it in place.
He mustn't let that happen again.
140.
That's a brilliant 140 to be
James, you
double
require
12.
51.
Just when Hurrell thinks this guy is not in the leg, he's forcing James to hit this.
Game
And
shot
hit
in
it
the
he
second
does.
leg.
That's clinical
James
stuff from
Hurrell.
James. And that's what you expect from someone who captains their country. Now,
Third leg, it's
this
James
is a
to
topic
throw
that I wanted to
first.
bring up today
Game
with
on.
you, Matt, because I'm very much a student of the game throughout the 90s and the early noughties, and that captain's armband for England is something very, very special. When you think about the players
59.
that have had that honour, Scott Mitchell, Martin Adams, John Lowe, Tony O'Shea. I mean, what a list to put
58.
yourself in.
And it's not a very big list because Martin Adams held that for a very long period of time and wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, John Lowe did too.
So it's a very unique
60.
elite list, isn't it? It's not like it's been banded around year after year of different people. Certain players have took that honour and ran with it.
123.
When things aren't banded around, it's a bit like having so many coaches at your football club.
97.
You fire someone after 6 weeks and then you get another one, you get another one. But you look at certain clubs who have the same manager for a lengthy period of time. There is an esteemed honour by
45.
getting that responsibility because of the fact that the association associated with it, they are the people who say, you know, we're going to get this right. We're not going to just give it to anybody. They obviously thought that Hurrell was the best for the job, and it's paid off because they've won stuff with him.
180.
It's like in the days of Phil Taylor, isn't it? Anytime Phil Taylor didn't win, it was a big story because he didn't band anything around.
120.
It was just, oh, Phil wins, Phil
James,
wins.
you require 105.
And Garcia's just had another dart on the floor. This time, the 120 was left in. I get the feeling that Garcia
53.
might want to read from
Kevin,
the
you
rule book
require
of Matters Rasma and
155.
just start using the board a bit more.
137.
Belgian player called
James,
Eric
you require
Claris.
52.
Used to switch quite a bit.
Yeah, I met him for the first time last month. Oh, fine chap. Double top.
Game shot on the
Tremendous.
third leg.
That's
James
a really
Hurrell.
good, steady approach to this game from Hurrell. A couple of 18 darters, gets himself in front, and that kind of standard
Fourth
most
leg,
of the
it's Kevin
time
to
will
throw
be good enough
first.
against
Game
Storm.
on.
But he's looking to break back into this game where he had a really decent start. That's why his average is actually better than
97.
James Hurrell's. But if he can stay around the 93 mark, he might get enough opportunities to get himself over the line. But players like Hurrell, they're just really good
99.
at finding enough chances.
Yeah, in both his last games, Kevin Garcia stormed into the game, really. It was some lightning darts.
134.
No, that's me done.
I had to check your face there to see whether you were Chris Murphy. Anyway, I asked you a question in the previous game, didn't I? What's the best piece of darts merchandise you've ever
60.
seen? Because you've seen a fair few bits.
I've seen some really bad bits.
100.
Oh. Good piece of memorabilia.
I've got a couple of stonkers. One, Jamie Caven had his own condoms.
100. Kevin, you require 170.
And secondly, Peter Wright, this is the best one by a mile. Peter Wright had his own
100.
Lego figure. That's when you know you've made it. When you've got your own Lego figure.
I remember the Jamie Caven ones because he put himself on the packet and it was his cartoon version of himself, wasn't it?
Yep.
100. Kevin, you require 70.
Single 20 for tops. Now, that's a good single because he doesn't go anywhere near that
Game shot on
dart.
the fourth
And it worked
leg.
out perfectly for Kevin Garcia. And we said he needed more in that 16 dart range if he was going to have more of a hope in this game.
Fifth
Well,
leg,
that's
it's
better
James
because
to
it's a
throw first.
5-visit leg there.
Game on.
And it improves his average to 94.94 and gets him 2-all, but still needing a break to get the win.
Going price out of the calendar.
81.
So did Adrian Gray. I remember playing Adrian in my World's debut in 2009, and they were selling his calendar that year.
140.
Unfortunately, Adrian wasn't on stage very long. That was my fault. Sorry, Adrian.
I've made, only for personal use,
43.
Edgar TV boxers and shorts. I think I might have a pair on today, actually.
Why have I only heard about this now?
140.
I think I might have a pair on now, which are plastered all in my face.
I didn't expect that this morning. Mindless self-promotion from Matthew Edgar. Well, Garcia, I mentioned, did need a break of throw.
59.
How do you get them? 2 treble visits help, don't they? He's definitely starting to find a much better range around this 60 now than he did earlier. This is a really good advertisement as to how Kevin Garcia got here. Top of the rankings in the northwest of England with the amateur darts circuit. And all of the events he's been to, he's been the highest ranked. That's why he's here. You don't get that ranking without being a bad player.
65.
And he's starting to show us exactly what he can do. This is great to watch.
And again, pace. Pace has been his friend here. Is that something that maybe James Hurrell has noticed? Because he's just taking a bit of sting out of the game here.
Yeah, I think he's quite wily as James. If this game is going too quick for him, he's going to take his time. He's from a county that a lot of our North American friends would probably make fun of.
Requires 16.
Gloucestershire. How does he hit this?
No score.
Well, after that first dart, which covered the bed, he may have had 15% of the bed to look at. And he didn't traverse the oche to try and create the angle either.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Wow.
James Hurrell.
That should have been 3-2 Garcia. Things have turned, and maybe James just needed that little bit of extra fortune
leg, it's Kevin
if he is to get across the line.
Game on.
But it might just be another 4-3 match for Hurrell.
And the pace was just sucked out of the game for a moment there. Be interesting to see if Kevin can keep this going now. James is very aware. I'd say he's just a pace sponge at the moment. He's just soaking it all up.
81.
2 words that I didn't expect to be put together today. A pace sponge. That'll be a good piece of merchandise. I don't know what it would look like.
93.
Interestingly for me, when you see somebody new, I want to learn all about them. I know plenty about James Hurrell. I've covered him doing lakeside runs and that kind of thing. And obviously,
60.
He wasn't very well one year. He was very sick. And he missed his lakeside spot. It was taken by somebody else. And at
60.
that time, we all just wanted him to be okay. His recovery has been fantastic. But as far as Garcia's concerned, I want to know, and if you do know anybody out there who's watching him play today, why is he called Storm? I want the origin of that nickname, and I want it by 1 o'clock. You have an hour.
60.
He's not a weatherman, is he?
96.
Well, if he is, I hope he's better than Michael Fish. But if he is a weatherman, he'd come out of that song, couldn't he? John Ketley is a weatherman.
You've completely lost me.
You don't know that song? There was a weatherman called John Ketley.
180. Kevin, you require.
It's raining 180s in this game because Hurrell's got 2 of them. But yes, John Ketley as a weatherman is a song.
57.
I'm going to show you in a second.
James, you require.
But is Hurrell going to show us the
120?
equivalent of 3 double tops?
78.
So to keep it going.
Kevin, you require 95.
To take us to another last leg shootout. The bull. It's quite a nice lie.
50.
Like the way that was sat there.
James, you require
fancied
42.
Yeah, me too. I thought he could just cushion off the left side of the barrel, but he just couldn't find the cushion or the target. And this time it's double 16 for Hurrell.
Game,
change
shot,
of plan.
and the match.
And a change of
James
result as well,
Hurrell.
because for the first time today, Hurrell gets himself in the winner's circle. So, is the second half of play going to be more fruitful for Hillbilly? That's good. 57% on the checkouts, because he was up against things with Kevin Garcia. He should have been 3-2 down, but when he got the lead, he did not relinquish it. 4-2 gets him his first 2 points of the day. And in round 3, we will see an all-Welsh battle next between Huntley and Owen, which is right after this break.
Well, at the third time of asking, James Hurrell has finally got his first win of this morning's session. It was a 4-2 win for him, despite his opponent Garcia averaging more than him for the majority of that match. As you can see, it ended with Garcia north of 91 in that one, Hurrell around the 86 mark for the match. It was Garcia who got out of the traps with a 14-dart break of throw to open things up. But from there, Hurrell steadied the ship with back-to-back 18-dart legs. It was Garcia who had the higher average, as I mentioned, for the best part of that one, around a ton at the halfway point. But Hurrell with 2 more 180s to add to his tally. That takes him up to 6 for the day so far, and he finally got the result in that one. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring as his impressive finishing continued in that match. Next up then, we've got the battle of the Penabont guys, the 2 men from Bridgend, Robert Owen against Michael Huntley in this one. Robert Owen, of course, the former UK Open semi-finalist. He'll be feeling much better, having got his first 2 points on the board in his last match, this double 18, to complete a 13-dart leg in that one. Next, we've got Huntley. We can see him here taking out this 98 in defeat to Shane McGuirk in his last match. This his highest finish of the day so far. So then the battle of the 2 Welshmen, who's going to come out on top in this one? Let's find out, lads. Back over to you.
I think it's fascinating that our Welsh presenter today, Abby, did not pipe for anybody to win this one. She's probably just happy that two Welshmen are going toe-to-toe on the hockey. And I think it's interesting that they're both from the Bridge End area, because that's the place where our dartboards are designed. So there you go. 38-year-old from South Wales up against the 50-year-old. Age is no barrier here. The ADC qualifier and top of the regional South Wales rankings. That's why he's here.
First. Game on.
He's spreading his wings as Huntley, and he's got 1 win and 1 defeat. Same for Robert Owen. We've got 2 players so far on 4 points in McGuirk and McEwan. Who's going to join them?
Robert Owen has looked very good
55
at times today. But it's when he gets that outer ring, isn't he? That's what sort of undone him at times. But this
135.
is quality from Robert Owen. You can hear the he was thinking about the 9 the same I was when those first 2 went in.
Yeah, he wanted to get that, didn't he?
100.
But it's as if, as soon as it left his hand, he knew it wasn't going to go in. You know you're playing well when you can feel things happening before they've even happened.
55.
But he does, I don't know what you think about this, because you've done some coaching as well as I have, Matt. Robert Owen has got 1 critical flaw.
100.
He falls over on
Robert,
dart
you
3.
require 131.
I don't know whether that's something to do with his leg injury or anything like that, whether he feels a bit of pain.
91.
But he does tend to fall over on his 3rd dart. And if he can just stay a little bit more stable, I think he'd score more 180s and get more big finishes.
Yeah, it's
81.
It's one of those
Robert,
things
you
like
require
some
40.
people just get so fixated on there should be no movement. Sometimes movement
Game
isn't
shot on
a
the
problem,
first
it's
leg.
non-effective.
Robert Owen.
It doesn't really affect the throw, the release or anything. But with Robert Owen, the reason it affects him is because the
Second
shoulder
leg, it's
comes
Michael to
past
throw
the hip,
first.
which means he loses
Game on.
height. So because he loses height, it means he's going to have to lift to get the dart to come up, and that's where you're going to lose on the board.
Absolutely right.
60.
Even with his stacking method, after that beautiful 13-dart start, by the way, look at this right shoulder. Maintain height right there. Falls
60.
over, and he's already with his body going further forward. And he's having to lift that shoulder to compensate.
45. 121.
And Mike doesn't have that kind of problem. He does have a little bit of movement himself. And he does walk a little bit on that 3rd dart. It's a very small amount. But maybe that little bit of movement that you were talking about aids him. And as you get older, just having a little bit of movement might help, because
42.
As you get older, joints stiffen up, muscles get a bit more achy.
Well, that's one of those things where we say it doesn't really affect it too much. Because
60.
it doesn't affect the release point. The shoulder's still in the same place. There's a movement in there, but it's not really effective to what is going on.
How important is elbow height?
Michael, you require 156.
Is and isn't. It's very, very varied depending on the person. Unless you're going to get with a coach who's going to sit and work your lines
19.
out, don't just tinker willy-nilly with it, because it's an axis point for force.
Absolutely. The reason I bring up elbow height, because the epitome of elbow height not being
41.
something you can talk about is Jamie Lewis, who is also from their part of the world, maybe just a little bit further west of Wales. He's not playing too badly
59.
at the minute, Jamie Lewis. Good to see. Just Wales at the minute. So many good dart players.
59. Michael, you
But then
require
again, they've always had
78.
good dart players. They had the first ever world champion, of course, Leighton Rees, back in 1978. And it's 78. Michael Huntley, double top.
38. Robert, you require 180.
It was a well-thrown dart there from Michael. Didn't find the target. has found the target, and so has that double 19. 118 finish from Robert Owen. And that is just showing a little bit of class, a little bit of quality, and the reason as to why he will be returning to the PDC Professional Tour for the next 2 years.
People like playing Robert Owen, you know.
140.
For one reason. Because he's one of those players who stands to the left of centre. And when you are instructed by our staff here
85
at the MODUS Super Series and at the PDC Pro Tour and other tours for that matter, they're always told to come off the oche right. When you're playing someone who is over to the right-hand side of the oche, you might have to just
57.
Squeeze by them, and it gets a bit awkward. But when you're playing someone who's over on the left-hand side, you've got a bit of freedom to walk past them.
Well, you could see that with that last camera angle.
100.
Just about the side of Robert Owen's face on the shot. Shuffles right the way across. One of the things I didn't like playing Robert Owen for, though, is the angle of the dart. You can't always see where they are. Both him and Justin Pipe, same sort of thing, with a very laying down
60.
dart, and you think, great, I've got a chance here, and then they'd write a 180.
Yeah, maybe the two best players who can get the dart to land really flat.
140.
So flat indeed that if they hit a treble 20, they might cover the bullseye.
85.
Sort of
Robert, you require
really
121.
16s, 10s, 8s. Tops if it goes in early.
96.
It's a good performance so far from Owen. It looks like Huntley is just starting to discover how difficult a daily campaign can be, playing his third match of 5. And Owen is very well versed in playing 5 games a day.
25.
He's done it many, many times. Double 8. This has not been working so far today.
9.
And it still isn't
Michael,
working.
you require 74.
They got much closer. Michael was very close to tops last time. Going to get another dart.
34.
And again, just
Robert,
comes over the top.
16.
So for a 3-0 lead.
Just kiss off that. Or that.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, if you're not going to find it in a clean fashion, you might as well get something to flick it on. And that's exactly what happens. As Robert Owen averaging 81.98 so far.
Michael to throw first.
With 3 hits from 8 attempts at double. He's doing just about enough right now. Do you know what your record is against Robert Owen?
100.
No. I've just done a bit of digging about it. You've only played once, and it was a win for Robert Owen by 5 legs to 1 in a challenge tour this year.
121.
That's where we've played more than once.
Not according to my database.
Interesting.
100.
Yeah, I remember the encounter we had, because that was the start of this year on a challenge tour event.
Yeah, it was the very first players, the very first challenge tour of the year.
123.
Yeah, we've definitely played more. It must have been maybe outside of a PDC arena.
60.
Now, Robert Owen didn't do too badly that day. He got to the final. He was beaten by Scott Williams. And that would be the precursor to
24.
An amazing season. Now, that's the first time that's come across my screen. So in the very first challenge tour event of the year, you had Scott Williams and Robert Owen in the final, and they have occupied the top 2 spots. What an incredible semi-pro season it's been. And you know that Scott Williams likes to wear yellow.
59.
Look at the colours that we have in our stage. It's a lot of yellow, and look what Robert Owen's got on today. There's something about yellow.
Here's my chance now to
101.
put my own external knowledge in with maybe the Coldplay fans.
Nah. I know somebody else in spectacles who likes a bit of Coldplay, but
Michael, you require 59.
I'm not on board that train as much as he is. That's a miss. And with Owen sitting on double 18, this can't miss.
43.
This could be the first
Robbie
bagel of the
McGuirk,
day
36.
at around lunchtime on Monday.
He wrapped up the last game on double 18.
Game,
and he
shot,
wraps up this one
and the match.
on double
Robert
18.
Owen.
And it's the first 4-0 victory of the day. It goes to Robert Owen. That's going to help him in those leg columns. And it'll help a lot more than you can imagine. We'll be looking at that later on in the week as possibly an important moment there for Robert Owen, who goes on to 4 points. Two players who are both on 4 points so far, Shane McGuirk and Jim McEwan, but only one of them can get to 6 because that game is coming next.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Rob Owen has just completed the first whitewash victory of the session to come through, the Battle of the Welshman. Some real quality from Robert Owen in that one, again racing out into a 2-0 lead. The man from Ogmore, usually so reliable on double 8, but his woes on that segment look to be continuing. He eventually pinned it at the 5th time of asking in leg 3. This time there was no let-up, no surrender from the man currently sat second in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. A comprehensive win to round off that victory in that one. He'll surely be feeling significantly better after that victory. Next up then, we've got Jim McEwan against Shane McGuirk. Two men yet to be beaten so far in Group A this morning. That'll certainly change, of course, after this one. McEwan also taken out the second highest checkout of this morning's session so far. A lovely 1-2-3 on the bull in his last match. That was to get a 3-1 lead in that one. A 15 dart leg for him in that match. And Shane McEwan, well, this has been certainly a debut to remember so far for him, hasn't it? As you can see there, coming through in a last leg decider to win his last match. As I said, it's 2 wins from 2. He's looked a little bit nervy on the outer ring, just closing out matches, but no nerves as he got over the line in that one. Lads, just before we get into this next match, I heard you talking about darting memorabilia. If you don't own a Dennis Ovens glove, then you're doing life wrong.
Why am I hearing so much in the way of merchandise that I've never heard of before? Come on, Abby. We know about the John Henderson yoga mat. We know about the Steve Beaton face covering. But the Dennis Ovens glove? I want one. Somebody get me that for Christmas. Dennis Oven glove.
I'd like some Matthew Edgar toilet paper.
Does that exist?
It will do.
Oh, you heard it here first at the MODUS Super Series. And this one's a battle of the Macs. McGuirk against McEwan.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
It's always a moment, though, because some dart players like the fist bump, some like the handshake, and when you get that clash of which one do, and then you end up standing there switching between the two because you're trying to. It looks like you're having a game of rock, paper, scissors.
60.
I'd go for fire. Or Spock. But you're absolutely right. Thanks, COVID. We've got the awkwardness of the fist bump or the handshake. I was always a fist bump kind of guy before the game began, but have a handshake before you got to the stage.
There's always a curveball, isn't there, when you play someone at rock, paper, scissors? Someone always wants to chuck something different in there.
Yeah, you've got fire, you've got rain, you've got Spock, lizard.
140.
Depends what you like.
What does the lizard beat?
We could be here all day. It's that famous game called Rock, Paper, Scissors, Lizard, Spock.
60.
I think the lizard poisons Spock, but the rock smashes the lizard. We are going way off topic here, by the way.
Lizards live in the rock?
56.
See? Caveat to everything. Right, undefeated players we have, McEwan and McGuirk. So far, so good for Monday. Just another Monday for Jim McEwan, really. Staying undefeated, but he's up against Shane, who's having a very good debut day.
60.
Started with a 4-2 victory against Robert Owen, which was him, the outsider, beating the favourite for that match, and possibly the favourite for the group in Stack Attack.
134.
But he backed it up with a 4-3 win against Mike Huntley. This is where things get a bit trickier, though, for Shane, because he's taking on McEwan and James Hurrell next. He's talking about experience
58.
being in his way.
Shane, you
next,
require
instead
72.
of a debutant or somebody who might be just a little bit tired.
Did you say he's finding it a bit trickier? Because he's not
Game
finding
shot
anything tricky about this so far.
Shane
He's
McGuirk.
broke the throw in 15 darts. 72 finish. There's nothing tricky about this
Second
so
leg,
far.
it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Well, if he was a footballer, we'll call him Kieran trickier. A very tricky player. He's played at a very decent level so far, averaging 83
45.
in his first game and 84 in the next. But you do sense that he's going to have to go up a level if he's going to maintain this upward trajectory of getting points in this Group A table. Based on the knowledge and the experience of
100.
watching so many groups over the last couple of years, you're going to need at least 20 points to get through. And a week ago, in Champions Week, 3 players got 20 points.
43.
And they had to be separated by leg difference, and it was Graham Usher who got the top spot 5 days ago.
With this sort of group format, Group A, 1 place available, 3 days of play. legs do
121.
become a factor. And that's why when we said that in that last game, that 4-0 victory could become a talking point, because when Robert Owen's been losing, he's been losing close and losing tight, like that. Tight darts, grouped together nicely. That's almost what you'd call a perfect 180, isn't it, when they go across the line?
Not to mention the fact that his rhythm there was spot on.
140.
If he's starting to get comfortable, I expect a better performance.
99.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen a great deal
Jim,
of
you
Shane
require 140.
in action, but so far I'm seeing a good temperament. That's encouraging.
He really went 2-0 down to Robert Owen, didn't he, in the first game? Robert Owen looking like he was just going to blow him away.
100.
And he came back and
Shane,
won
you
that
require
1-4-2.
134.
It's like a 5-kilogram leaf. You can try to blow him away, but you can't. And he went for the old-fashioned route for the 1-3-4, the old 251s and 32. He's got a bit of a darting brain, has Shane.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's got an opponent who has levelled the score with a break back immediately in Chucky.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
I just like
Game
it when
on.
you rhyme unintentionally. Darting brain in Shane.
I'm a poet and I don't know it. Talk about Irish dart players that have graced our Rocky. How about Kieran Tian?
100.
He was part of Champions Week last week. He won the very first night on this stage. We've had Michael Flynn. We've had Niall Cullen.
125.
Many a different dart player from the Emerald Isle, including the Heenahan brothers. And of course, Connor is the only player to have registered a 9-darter on this stage so far.
60.
Jim McEwan registered a 9-darter last year on the PDC Pro Tour. That was against Raymond van Barneveld.
Oh, tasty. If you're going to get a 9-darter, get it against a legend.
Because what happens is when you do something quite notable against one of those legends, it gives you about 18 months of content.
Oh, I wonder what you're going to say next.
140.
Well, because it just so happened that I once beat Gary Anderson with a 170 finish.
I can hear alarm bells in the heads of our fans saying, right, that's the first time that's been mentioned this week. But you did post last week a somewhat funny tweet because there was, from a certain account, name something that lasted longer than Liz Truss in number 10. And you said, me talking about my 170 beating Gary Anderson. That did make me chuckle.
Yeah, but my celebration for doing it, and then those people commenting like, is it even finished yet? You know, the celebration's still going.
67.
It is. Trust me. Didn't that happen 2 and a bit years ago now?
It was in the days of the Summer Series.
That was July of 2020.
Game
But this is the now, and Jim McEwan's
Jim
back on
McEwan.
tops and hitting tops. It's a very different proposition that Shane McGuirk has got against Chucky. You can't give him
Fourth leg,
shots
it's
at
Shane to
doubles.
throw
Again,
Game
he
on.
is perfect. And he's had streaks. In that campaign in stage 1, where he was undefeated in 14 matches,
137.
there was a period, I think it was on day 2, where he wasn't missing doubles. His doubles for the day were up past 68%. And I think for 2 consecutive games, he was perfect on the outer ring. You just can't give him a
97.
shot.
And he is one of the players. I've been in this group with Jim. I think we've played 2 groups together now. And he's one of the players that the players don't like to play.
180.
Because he's 2 things. 1, he's good. And 2, he's slow. It's a terrible combination for someone you want to play against.
I wrote an article recently for a very
90.
well-known publication in sport, talking about that very subject. And that's how I described playing Justin Pipe. He was a nightmare to play against because he was very methodical, but
100.
more predominantly because he was good.
You don't mind playing a slow player if they're not hitting everything. That's fine. You can take as long as you want. Just keep missing. It's absolutely fine.
70. Shane,
When
you
you start
require
throwing in
84.
90+ averages against you. Becomes less fun.
This is fun.
Game shot
Great
on the
fun.
fourth leg.
Best
Shane
leg
McGuirk.
of the day for Shane McGuirk, an 11-darter. And this is a high-quality encounter. McGuirk now has an average in excess of 100.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
There's the proof. He's got
Game
the 2
on.
180s. His doubles aren't bad either, but McEwan knows he's in a match now. Come on then, Matt. I'm going to stick you on the spot a bit today. And indeed, this week.
100.
Who's the slowest player you've ever played?
I'm going to go Andy Hamilton.
I've got to be honest, I didn't expect you to say that.
I judge how long it takes me to get to the oche, not how long it takes you to throw your darts. Justin Pipe was slow throwing his darts, but he'd raced to the oche, got his darts, he's out the way really quick. So, although he made you wait while you threw, 56. It wasn't too bad in terms of the overall collection of me returning to the oche. Andy Hamilton, slow walk, data time out the board.
60.
The pace of everything else he does was so much slower that you become more aware of the time it takes you to come back.
That makes sense. And on the flip side of that, who's the quickest?
There's only one winner of that, isn't there?
You're going to say Ricky Evans.
100.
What would you say, slowest?
84.
Played a few slow guys in America. I didn't even get their names because they were part of Players' Championships because you could just pay your way in there. There was no Q school. But I do remember playing Justin Pipe in 2009. We played 10 legs and it took nearly 50 minutes.
121.
I played Dennis Ovens in the next round and that felt like a quick match. And Dennis was not quick. This is getting quicker.
139. Jimmy
McEwan's in trouble if he doesn't
124.
hit this 1-2-4.
He's not missed a dart at a double yet in this game. But he will not get one in this visit.
56.
So Shane.
Shane, you require 78.
To break the throw. Put himself just one leg away from the match. We've gone for double-double. Not intentionally. But this one would be intentional.
58. Jimmy requires 68.
I think he lost his train of thought there, didn't he? He was so focused on 20 and tops, he didn't even think about the possibility of tops and tens. And McEwan might get a bit fortunate.
Game shot.
And he's in the money.
Leg.
Is Jim McEwan 3-2 up? And there is maybe the second wrestling reference of the day. Jim's in the money, and Shane O'Mac
Shane to throw first.
is not.
Game on.
Because his walk-on song in WWE is "Here Comes the Money."
60.
That would be a really good nickname for Shane. Shane O'Mac.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that. You get the feeling that if he was a wrestling fan, he would have gone down that road already. Like, he wouldn't have missed that opportunity.
Or the Celtic Warrior.
99.
Does he strike you as a Sheamus fan?
No. It doesn't strike me as a wrestling fan in general. I could be wrong, but
60.
I feel like he'd have took the Shane O'Mac opportunity.
I see where you've gone there. That makes sense. He's the wrong colour hair for a Celtic Warrior anyway. He'd have to be red-headed. I wonder if Jim McEwan likes another Mac. McIntyre.
80.
Drew McIntyre. Famous Scottish wrestler.
There's a Mac I'm a big fan of as well. The Big.
96.
I didn't know where you were going with that. Well, Jim's trying to put some special sauce on this one. Because if he remains undefeated after 3 rounds, he's going to be tough to stop. His remaining games for the day.
100.
Robert Owen in game 5. And Michael Huntley in game 12. And he would get Huntley at the right time because Huntley's just been bageled.
85.
Just imagine Jim McEwan misses out on the 30 points by 1 game and then comes back the very next time and gets the 30.
Someone's going to do it. As to whether they will do it this year or even this week, I don't know.
58.
There's only 2 people who can this week. And they're both on the oche right now.
100.
Interesting sensation
Jim, you
going through your
require
bloodstream when
164.
you haven't tasted defeat so far today. All you know is the ecstasy of victory.
You don't worry about people's opportunities, do you? When everything's going right, and this is essentially confidence, isn't it? Like when everything's going right, it's like,
83.
oh, he's got 100.
Shane, you
it don't matter.
require
If he takes it,
100.
he takes. If he don't, he don't. I've still got the throw in the last leg. You don't worry about having to have extra opportunity.
Got to be treble 15 here, surely. A beautiful recovery.
80.
But a chance for McEwan to
Jim,
get
you require
those
81.
6 points on the board with 2 games remaining for Monday. Make sure of the 12. It's the bull for another victory.
Game,
Looks
shots,
good,
and
is
the
good.
match. Jim
Special
McGuirk.
sauce on that burger from Chucky. Brilliant 4-2 victory to inflict the first defeat on Shane McGuirk for Monday with a very steady performance. But look at the chasm between those two averages. 95 for McGuirk and 86 for McEwan. What you would do there is classify that as winning without the brilliant stats. 80% on the checkouts, though. This guy can hit doubles whenever he leaves them. Incredible stuff. That is 3 rounds of our action completed for Monday then. We'll come back with round 4 after this break.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where Jim McEwan has made it 3 wins from 3 in Group A in this Monday session. A 4-2 victory for him in that match. A real high-quality encounter, that one. As you can see, McGuirk almost 10 points more on the average than McEwan in that match. He's the player with the 2 180s in that one. McGuirk really holding his own on debut here, and if he continues to play like this, you have to feel he has a real good chance of extending his stay in Portsmouth Portsmouth this week. Just like in his other matches today, unflustered and relentless when behind. A superb 11 dart leg in that one, a real highlight for him. But McEwan certainly playing well himself. Another impressive display on the outer ring for him. We can have a look then at the league table with each player having played 3 games so far. It is McEwan, as I said, with 3 wins from his 3 matches, who leads the way at the moment. Robert Owen coming up next against Garcia. He can join him on 6 points. Of course, he has suffered that 1 defeat already this morning. Garcia, the only player yet to get off the mark in Group A. So then, Robert Owen still not settling, is he, on his favourite doubles 8 and 16, but he's certainly putting in a commanding performance on the outer ring aside from those 2 doubles. Garcia has performed well, just not getting over the line in his matches so far, but certainly improvement and encouragement for him on debut here. So let's get into this one then. Lads, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Much appreciated. It's time for Robert Owen to try and swell his amount of points, currently at 4. But up against him is this man who also played on the Challenge Tour this year alongside Robert Owen. Owen, we've mentioned, has already qualified for the Pro Tour through that order of merit. But best result for Kevin Garcia this year on the Challenge Tour, a quarter-final back on the 16th of July, where he lost out to someone who knows how to win a Group A here this year in Lucas Wenig of Germany.
Concerns here, actually, before we get into this game. Robert Owen, like he just
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
In a bit of visible pain. That'll be interesting to keep an eye on. There was a limp going on there. I think he slipped slightly on the hockey on that bad leg.
That brings up an interesting topic, actually, because our good friend Kevin Painter
48
is one of those old school players, sorry Kev, that told me once that he likes leather-based shoes for playing darts on
60
carpets and other surfaces, because he likes to have some give in his front foot for it to slip around. Whereas if you look
100.
at something that you spoke about earlier, Matt, the more training style shoe that a lot of players prefer these days, the rubber sole tends to grip the carpet, and if you twist your ankle or knee, you're going to feel it.
Yeah, if you remember, it's like he's ice skating at times, isn't it? He likes a big long stride and then a slide.
I can see it now. Kevin Painter on ice.
Get a lot of views on things like that.
180.
Of all the things I expected to say today, that was not one of them.
140. Robert, you require
that little concern that we
121.
had just before the off doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for Robert Owen. No longer limping.
57.
Around okay.
Kevin,
so
you require 153.
Twinge, maybe.
This looks good. Well, it was looking good.
112. Robert, you
Not a bad
require
approach
64.
in the end, but Owen, who's had a few issues down in the bottom left corner, will stay down there.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
be better down
Robert
there.
Owen.
Starting to put things right is Stack Attack, who has that really good nickname
Second leg,
because of
it's
the way
Robert to
his
throw
darts sit in the
first.
board.
Game on.
I've got to say, it's one of the best nicknames out there right now.
I think one of the best nicknames out there right now, after we've heard the story,
100.
is on stage right now in Kevin Garcia.
Yeah, absolutely. We posed the question and we said we wanted to know by 1 o'clock why Kevin Garcia is called
100.
Storm. Many thanks to our friend Stu Wilson, who's played with us a few times in the past, the lad from Lancashire. He has tweeted me and said,
134.
Kev is called Storm. Get a hold of this one. Because he was hit by lightning and survived.
134.
Yeah, that's good enough to give yourself a nickname. That is now one of the best that I know.
Oh, it's up there, isn't it? That's top 5, that. That's brilliant.
44.
And they say lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, so he's got that out of the way now.
44.
Difficulty in that is that he does move around. The trick for Kev to never be struck by lightning again is just to stay in the same place forever.
I wonder if he just stayed in the room last night
100.
thinking, not again.
It was very stormy last night. Lots of lightning and thunder, and maybe that was a precursor to what we're going to see this week.
43.
Is this going to be Kev's
Robert, you
week?
require 123.
Clickety-click left. Went for it the difficult way of bull and double 8.
91.
But that is very, very efficient in leaving double 16 after 5 visits here. Garcia in trouble already.
37. Robert, you require 32.
He likes it down here in general.
Game shot on the second
This is
leg.
much better.
Robert
In
Owen.
his preferred area of the board. Now, when you've got a favourite double like Robert clearly has, when that's not working, that affects your
Third leg,
overall
it's Kevin
game.
to throw
But
first.
now he's starting to hit
Game
that,
on.
and he can rely on that secret weapon. That tool is working for him now. We're probably going to see him improve in all areas of the game.
140.
I concur with that. He's feeling good about leaving 32 now and expecting it to go in, whereas before, in some previous matches,
100.
he was almost expecting it to miss. Just going back to the topic of nicknames once more. There's a lot of dart players out there who, A, don't want one. And then there are others who are so keen to get
100.
one that they take one that isn't that good. They almost need something to happen to them to create a nickname.
42.
Yeah, Connor Scott, I know he watches this as well. He went with the sniper. Now, I don't think he's had many days in the army, so
140.
I'm not sure where that one came from, but I really think he should have just gone down the road of the Scut man.
Like Scatman.
96.
Yeah.
Robert,
Walk
you
on song
require
ready-made there with a bit of Scatman
161.
John.
Wasn't that a song that was used by Richard North?
It wouldn't surprise me because that's kind of the volume or the tempo that he
137.
speaks in general, isn't it? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's about right, actually. The man formerly known as the Mouth of the South. And funnily enough, he's playing this week.
133.
He's playing in Group B.
Robert, you
With
require
Pete Burgoyne and Scott
24.
Walters. So that was a nice little segue, wasn't it? This could be a segue getting Robert Owen towards the finishing line.
12.
Oh, boy. 3 darts on the wire.
Kevin, you require
And Garcia
50.
has a chance to get himself back in the match.
Deja vu, because Robert Owen was doing this earlier on. Shane McGuirk in his opening
40.
game raced to a 2-0 lead,
Robert, you
but then
require
missed
12.
6. He's missed 3 so far.
Kevin Garcia definitely threw that last dart too quick.
Game shot on the
But that was a
third leg.
perfect pitched one
Robert Owen.
from Rob Owen. As soon as he covers the lower part of that bed, he goes high.
Fourth leg, it's
confidence.
Robert to throw first.
And
Game on.
Robert going into leg 4 when he has the throw to get the second bagel of the day for himself for 8 consecutive legs in 2 matches. And bearing in mind,
100.
he did win his previous match against James Hurrell as well. This would be for 9 legs in a row.
97.
Just checking if we've got a lock on the commentary door, because you say Richard North's around on Thursday and Friday.
Well, he's going to poke his head around and say, what was my average?
58.
Some players really keen on the stats, aren't they? Michael Van Gerwen, one who, the second it's done, the first place he looks is the tablet.
58.
I was never bothered, as long as I won. It's always nice when somebody taps you on the shoulder and says, oh, by the way, you averaged
57.
such and such, and it's a good number. And you think, okay. But even if it was 20 points less than that, I'm still in the next round.
I remember being tapped on the shoulder, actually, to be told the average. And
80.
it was actually by yourself after you gave me an absolute pumping once over in Hildesheim, I think it was.
Oh, that was a good game we had. That was a proper game. You gave me
96.
nightmares that night. We've had some good games, you and I, haven't we?
58.
You beat me in a quarter-final once, didn't you? I was at the last 16. At a UK Open qualifier.
Yeah.
Ah, the other day.
100.
But there are plenty days ahead of Rob Owen. Maybe 6 points is inevitable. We already have McEwan on 6 points. He's got a game in hand, though.
83.
That comes against
Robert,
Mike Huntley in game 12.
90.
But Rob Owen, after a bit of a dodgy start, losing to Shane McGuirk, he is on plan to have a very
82.
tidy time of it. That is a couple of mismatched darts.
Kevin, you
And
require
Garcia's looking for the champagne shot in the
125.
middle.
That's where Robert Owen started. Cheeky, going for bull tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Is what
Kevin
Garcia
Garcia
takes out. He went for the bull route there. 25 obviously leaves the ton. Hitting the ball would have given him the
Fifth leg,
75, so
Kevin
it's the
to
best
throw
option.
first.
Not much else really. The 18 is
Game
a
on.
potential option, but
You could go the Rod Harrington route. 45 tops, which he did in the World Match Player. That was one of the best finishes of the entire decade
59.
when he hit it.
yeah, I think that's the definition of naughty darts, that one.
Yeah, Rod Harrington has retired from the game now. Not just playing, but
100.
commentating, PDC board member. He's retired from the lot. He's decided he wants to go fishing, spend time with his family. Great career. Well done, Rod.
59.
You know, when we were talking about merchandise, I completely forgot
81.
about Scott Williams' Nico socks. That was one of the best compliments, if not the biggest compliment of my year. Somebody getting a pair of socks with my face on.
140.
Scott Williams is brilliant. We was in a group earlier in the year and he didn't have a lot of shirts with him, so he had to wash one of the shirts.
100.
And he needed to dry it out, so he got the pillow bag and he put the shirt in it and the hairdryer, so it made like a tent of heat, and then went and got in the
58.
shower. Burnt the shirt. All the colours had ran. And he still wore it. Ironically, then he packed it a
60.
week later to go to the Euro Tour, and he wore it when he played Peter Wright, and he had to tuck it in.
Ah, was that when he was wearing those dodgy Rupert pants?
Yes.
100. Robert, you require
Yeah, he loves a bit of black and yellow,
160.
does Scott Williams. And good luck to him for the next couple of years as well. He's been brilliant over the last year or so with
63.
us.
Kevin, you require
It's great
85.
to see people living their darting dreams after getting a bit of a catapult from us here at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
And it could be a catapult here
Robert,
for
you
Rob Owen. He
require
survived the shot there
97.
in leg 5 from Garcia on the bull. Is he going to go low for high? No, he didn't decide to go the double-double route because I
57.
think it was covered.
Kevin, you require 25.
Yeah, awkward angle of entry on the Robert Owen dart. Clear target here, though, for Kevin Garcia. Switches over to the
Game
fours.
shot on the fifth
And
leg.
he extends
Kevin
the game.
Garcia.
Second leg on the board. Robert Owen's going to want to get this wrapped up quick because he's already thrown
Sixth
away
leg,
a
it's Robert
2-0
to
lead
throw
today.
first.
That was in his opening
Game
game
on.
against Shane McGuirk, where he then went on to lose 4 legs in a row. He's on for doing the same here, but from a 3-0 lead.
100.
How many dart players can you name off the top of your head from Merseyside?
One.
57.
Michael Smith?
I was going to go Bunting.
Stephen Bunting has got the accent, I think. He's got the Liverpudlian accent. So you can go with Stephen. You can go with Michael Smith, Alan
Then
Tabben.
again, my geography's not very good, so I could probably name loads.
So St Helens is in Merseyside, so you can go with
100.
Tabben. You can go with John Bowles, because Widnes is in Merseyside, right? And then you go
45.
through all of the old Merseyside county players. Now, these are players that I love to mention. People that Stephen Bunting knows really well. Jimmy McGovern, Merseyside captain for years.
96.
What a character. The Pulfriman brothers. Mickey Brooks, former England international.
83.
Think of the name. Eddie. Got to the UK Open quarters, I believe it was.
96.
Now you're posing a question.
He had a tour card. I think he's had a tour card like 4 years. I think he's had. Eddie Deuce.
Oh, Eddie Dutson.
140.
Good shout.
Robert, you require 109.
think he might have been best man at Michael Smith's wedding. How about this? Owen is the best man and wins with a 109 checkout and 15 darts.
Owen.
That's a great performance from Rob. An average in excess of 90, and his doubles were very decent as well at 40%. Yet again, unfortunately for Garcia, he did have highlights, but he's not picking up the wins. That is now 4 games for Kevin without getting any points. And you get the feeling that maybe he's feeling a bit demoralised with what's happening. But Rob Owen with a very tidy performance. What you would expect from him at this point in his career. That is now 6 points for him in the table with 1 match against McEwan to come. As far as our next match is concerned, it's McGuirk coming back, and he's up against the England captain, James Hurrell, after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Super Series. We're 2/3 of the way through the action here on the first day of play in Group A. Matt Edgar alongside me to reflect. That performance from Rob Owen pretty much sums up what we've seen from him this week and last week. Some really convincing stuff, but his troubles on the outer ring continue.
Yeah, if you could just tighten those up, he'd run away with this, wouldn't he? You know, he should have won that first game, went 2-0 up and then started missing, gave opportunities to Shane McGuirk and he took it. And then same again there. Robert Owen could have had a 4-0 there, which at the back end of the week could be something we talk about because leg difference normally just come into play in Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. And of the debutants that we've seen in action today, which one of them has impressed you the most? Because, again, more impressive stuff from Garcia, but unable to get the wins that he's going to need.
Exactly. Kev Garcia's played well in bits, hasn't he? He's done some really good stuff. That 1-2-5 finish was brilliant. And it's not the only tumblers finish. He had a few of those, quite a few 180s. He puts a couple of back-to-back legs together, but you've got to get to 4. And he's not been able to do that. He's not been able to put together a long enough stretch of good darts. And for that reason, who's impressed the most has to be Mike Huntley.
And Shane McGuirk as well has been incredibly impressive at times today. He's up next, of course, against James Hurrell. What have you made of McGuirk today?
He's looked really good, hasn't he? He's looked very good. I heard quite a few things about him before I even came down here. Like people saying like how good he is and the potential ceiling that he's got. And he's certainly showing enough of that here. He's looking a threat, and I don't think there's no one in this group he can't beat.
And as for James Hurrell, he got that result in his last match. Do you feel he needs to, in order to progress from Group A, he needs to finish the day with 2 more wins?
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got to get points on the board early, otherwise you're chasing, and you don't want to be chasing, especially in a group like this one. There's some quality players in this group, and you've got to be in there in the mix of it. And James Hurrell's been playing well, and when you're playing well and losing, eventually that starts to get the better of you, and then the performance starts dropping, and it's a spiral. You don't want to start going down that road. He needs to get points on the board. He got some in the last one. I expect him to get quite a few more yet. He's playing well.
Indeed, right. Do you see him getting 2 in this one?
Testing me, aren't you? Testing.
I am testing. And he's not going to commit to an answer. Right, Nico, over to you. Maybe you can give us some clarity on who you think's going to come out on top in this one.
Oh, come on, Abby, don't put me on the spot as well. But I'm going to say that Hurrell is going to get the victory here, because we're talking about someone who has won 3 WDF ranking tournaments this year, as well as leading his country to the Europe Cup. I think he's warming to the task today. And even though he didn't play poorly in his first couple of games, he didn't get the victory until he beat his third opponent, which was Kevin Garcia back in Game 7. So he's had a bit of time off between that game and this one. And is he getting Shane McGuirk at the right time?
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
McGuirk lost his previous match against Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 2. But it's not as if Shane took his foot off the pedal, because he averaged in excess of 95.
60.
In fact, his best average of the day, but in defeat. Darts is a weird game sometimes. But there's one narrative in this game that is more
60.
prevalent than anything else, and it is this. James Hurrell is looking to get to 4 points.
121.
But in doing that, he also accomplishes something else. He stops McGuirk from getting to 6. And he can bunch up this group a little bit more with these 2 points on offer.
132.
And don't underestimate the fact that Hurrell can still get to 6 points before the end of the day if he beats the 2 debutants that are standing
60.
in his way in McGuirk and Huntley before we finish at around about 2:30 this afternoon.
And that, Abby, is why I weren't able to answer your question. If
95.
This happens, if that happens, if this happens, we've seen this, we've seen that. This has a lot of questions, this game. And this could go any sort of way. I'm not normally one to
100.
shy away from an opinion, but this game forces me in that direction.
Yeah, we're looking at 2 players who are applying their trade in
100. Shane, you require
their own way.
160.
They're plotting their way to maybe a different darting future. Hello.
120.
That's a fine try from McGuirk.
James, you require 140.
Hello, it was tops he was looking for.
First Lionel Richie reference of the day. Tops.
74.
And missed
Shane,
once
you
again
require
by the
40.
opponent this time. Averages
Game
completely
shot in the
identical.
first leg.
Before we
Shane
had that
McGuirk.
16th dart, and the only reason they were identical is because it was the first leg and they'd thrown 15 darts and had the same score left.
Second leg, it's James to throw
But they've
first.
got the same score again.
Game on.
Now that James is throwing first in leg 2, meaning he does not have the darts in this match.
I was at an exhibition in Skegness on Friday night.
137.
And there was quite a few murmurs about Shane McGuirk there. People saying about the talent that he's got.
Oh, the old murmur on McGuirk.
100.
He's showing the talent, isn't he? Looking good.
He's managed by a good friend of ours, Matt Ward.
45.
He likes a murmur. He likes wrestling too, doesn't he?
Yeah, big fan, yeah.
58.
He's over the age of 12, isn't he? Not just people who are young who like wrestling. He's brought some very established talents to this country for talks and shows like Bret the Hitman Hart, and Ric Flair and Kevin Nash, Kurt Angle.
Some good nights they was.
You know, one of the privileges of my life to meet
100.
Pittsburgh resident Kurt Angle. Got to play darts with him, got to chat about the Steelers. Just gives me shivers thinking about it. That was a great night.
Here's a question for the next leg for you then. You could spend the night with anybody.
Anyone.
Anyone. Where are we going to go?
140.
I already know my
James
answer, so I don't
require
need the time
80.
to think about it.
That's an excellent question. We'll come back to it. Looking for the angle. This is an intelligent scooch to the left because look what he's done.
James Hurrell.
He's opened up double top, given himself a cushion on that previous dart. And now it's 1-1. And don't accuse James Hurrell of not being clever. That was a very intelligent shot.
He does have some nice shirts as well, which hopefully we'll see throughout the week as well. I've seen some of the shirts, and he's got one with this hillbilly logo and graphic. Obviously, his nickname, the Hillbilly. Some cracking shirts with that.
Can I have two answers to the person I'd spend
140.
an entire night with?
Go on, let's hear it.
Right, one person. It'll have to be my nana, who died in 2003.
58.
I'd love to spend a bit more time with her. And Bruce Lee. Purely because of the philosophy aspect. I'd love to pick his brain and talk to him about life.
180.
I always feel bad for my answer to this question now after those. Because my answer was Michelle Keegan.
That needs no explaining.
45.
Is that because you want to find out what kind of bloodline she's got with the name Keegan in it?
Yeah, I just want to know her philosophy on life, you know, as well.
Yeah, good shout, good shout. This is a good shout from McGuirk, using the 18s on 305, showing that he's got a darting brain as well. Love to see 84. That from the arrow.
Amongst all that, though, this has been a quality leg. He's looking at an 11 darter here.
60.
12s would have given him the
Shane,
12
you require
as well.
143.
Quietly confident that he's coming back. Shane would need 2 trebles there to give himself a poke at the double.
Yeah, don't underestimate that James Hurrell's a bit of a feisty character.
James, you require
He expects
24.
a lot from himself. He sets himself a huge example. He'll expect to hit this. Might just have had a glance at Shane's position, thinking I might have to hit this double six.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that might have been his motivation to get it. That is now a huge break of throw in this match. He looks super comfortable on that stage, doesn't he? Because he's been gracing stages for years.
Game on.
And he's been winning on stages this year. He didn't win when he came here in week 6. That infamous launch night here in Portsmouth. But at the start of the year, on the 22nd of April,
96.
It was the first tournament after the WDF World Championship, which was won by Neil Duff. And Hurrell went to Scotland, and at the Cosmopolitan Hotel in Renfrew, he won that title
81.
against Ryan Murray in the final by 6 legs to 5. It wasn't the best final, but it's a win.
Like I said earlier, those sort of events are attended by hundreds of players.
You think about who he beat en route to that title. Took out a fair bit of Scottish talent.
81.
Jack McNeely. Then he took out Neil McDougall. After that, Mark Blandford of Wales. And then he took out a certain Jim McEwan in the quarterfinals by 4 legs to 2. And after taking out James Beaton by 5 legs to 4, he then took out Ryan Murray, the Scottish player who we saw here a few weeks ago.
100.
Muzz
James, you require
another
120.
one that's got a really nice nickname and shirt combo.
Yeah, nice bit of branding. Stamp the branding on leg 4.
Game shot on
and
the
a beautiful
fourth leg.
Shanghai from Hurrell.
James Hurrell.
And he's taking command of this match, showing why he is the WDF World #1.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
You talked earlier about secret sauce. And we've got secret ingredients, haven't we? Because there's something that you need
180.
In order to turn a good level of performance into victories, because just playing well isn't enough these days. That's Ryan Searle. The guy's averaging 98 most games and he's not getting victories.
100.
James Hurrell has figured out what it was earlier on that he was playing well and losing, because it looks like he's now starting to turn that.
If he's turning the screw,
59.
then you don't really want to be the hole. McGuirk is feeling the pinch because Hurrell is cooking with fire here.
140.
We could have our first three-figure average of the week. And let's not forget the venue record, which isn't under threat right now,
98.
but we have to mention it every now and again. It's like having a venue record in athletics. So if Usain Bolt ran 9.75 in Lausanne, you'd have to mention it. In this building,
91.
the best average we've seen in a match is 115.62 by Conor Heenan.
James Hurrell plays quite a lot in the Super League around Warwickshire, and there's a couple of expressions in that area, mostly from the Birmingham area. One was, now you're cooking with gas, which was a strange
James, you
one.
require
And the other
170.
one was, now he's sucking diesel.
I haven't heard that one.
An expression for turning it on, turning the screw, which is what he's doing
60.
here. 104 the
Shane
average at the moment.
70.
Definitely something to do with non-renewable fuel sources there. Double 10.
50.
That could be costly.
James, you require
And if
110.
Hurrell does take this 110 to add to his 120 that he got earlier in the match, it will be a three-figure average. And more importantly, his 4th point from 4 games. I think he did the right thing there. It just didn't pay off.
94.
Yeah, it was a nice line, nice
Shane,
angle.
you require 20.
Shane to extend this game. Hold his throw. He needs to.
Game shot on the
And he
5th
does.
leg. Shane
James Hurrell
McGuirk.
sat on 16, waiting to pounce, waiting to take the 4-1 victory. But Shane extends the game, keeps us going.
6th leg. It's James to throw
He's going to
first.
have to find a breaker
Game
throw.
on.
As James will be thrown first here in leg 6.
Sometimes when you get really close to winning a match by a margin, which Hurrell was there, if
140.
McGuirk missed that shot, he's probably going to win 4-1, right? But when you're that close and you're denied by a good shot, sometimes it's a motivator to say, right, I'm going to get it done now.
39.
And that really highlights in set play, things like the World Championships, where you can actually just be a dart away from winning the match, and all of a sudden you're 3 legs away from winning the match.
Well, we've got this little interlude in the game at the start of leg
60.
6. I just want to send congratulations to Richie Howson, who was playing in week 12. He didn't make the finals of week 13, but he was involved in that 9-dart shootout with Chris Mason and Tony O'Shea. And Richie Howson yesterday at the Indigo at the O2 in London won the Viking Cup, beating Nick
60.
Kenny in the final. And that is a first ranking tournament win for Richie Howson. So many congratulations to the Owl.
41.
Another one of them players like Jim McEwan, isn't he, that's finding some of his best in his later years.
Yeah, like a fine wine. Just got to uncork them.
I seem to be aging like a block of cheese.
59.
Don't look very blue to me. Thing is, if you age cheese and you have a bit of blue on it, it gets better. Like Stilton, or a really good American blue cheese.
140.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the strong cheese.
It's got to be done in small amounts. Put it in a sauce, stick it on top of a burger. Sumptuous.
150.
A bit like that. That was incredible from Hurrell.
Welcome to Kitchen Tips with Paul Nicholson.
140. James, you require 32.
Needs to hit the green bit. Well, that was a bad dart, but it's not in the way. That one is.
Game, shot,
and I think he's going to feel very, very happy about hitting that double, because McGuirk was lingering on 58 points if he missed that double 16, which was not an easy shot in the end. Hurrell's average did come down by a couple of points in that last visit, so he doesn't get that 100-plus average, but he does get one of his best performances here at the Super Series with a very, very good 4-2 win. McGuirk, again, 90-plus and losing. So if you want to win more matches, Shane, it's simple. Average under 90. Next, we've got the end of round 4, and it's going to be Jim McEwan against Mike Huntley. Could be a really key game for McEwan if he wants to stay undefeated in another quest for a record-setting Group A.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Hurrell has just put in his best performance of the session so far. A 4-2 win for him over Shane McGuirk in that one. For a lot of that match, he was averaging in excess of a ton. It just dropping towards the latter stages of that one. A really convincing display from Hurrell in that match. He really is starting to turn those good performances into points now. That Shanghai finish from the WDF World #1 in the 4th leg, the highlight of that match. McGuirk yet again not rolling over, making Hillbilly work for the win, but Hurrell did hold his nerve, averaging, as I said, just below a ton in the end, that 98.33 average for him in that match. Next up then, we've got Huntley against McEwan. Huntley looking for his 2nd victory of this session. And as we've mentioned so many times already, McEwan 3 out of 3 so far in this morning's session. Really, really convincing from him so far. Yet to be defeated on day 1, taking out his huge 2nd finish on the bull of the day in this one, the 81. This time the 1-2-3 on the bull was his 1st in the match. Then Huntley looking to bounce back from that 4-0 defeat to Rob Owen in his last match. Rob Owen with this 1-1-8 checkout in that match. So then, will McEwan be able to maintain his 100% record in Group A? Let's find out, lads. Back over to you.
all about Jim McEwan. But maybe it isn't. If Huntley can resuscitate his chances after a bit of a break, losing 4-0 to Rob Owen back in match 8, he's been given a 3-game break just to gather himself and maybe get some fresh air and figure things out. He's got 2 matches in the final 4, and if he can get them both, he will finish on 6 points for the day. But his big problem is that he's got Jim McEwan and James Hurrell in his way. So this is a huge test for Mike.
In wrestling, there used to be a wrestler called Mr. Monday Night. Are we going to start calling Jim McEwan Mr. Monday Morning?
Keeps playing the way he is.
First leg, it's Michael to throw
We'll call
first.
him Mr. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Game on.
He does like playing on a Monday, though. And we can't forget about the fact that Jim has won 2 Saturday nights. He's not quite Mr. Saturday Night yet.
100.
But in this format, you want to be Mr. Sunday Morning, or you want to be Mrs. Sunday Morning, because we do invite lady players as well. Mr. Sunday Morning at the minute is Conan Whitehead,
180.
who was probably at the bank this morning, cashing his big novelty check. But if you think about 2022, McEwan has been very good in lots of different arenas. He played decent at Lakeside, and he shouldn't have lost to Neil Duff. He went on to win the title. He's won twice here. We had a Champion of Champions event in the summer. He won that. Beat Conor Heenan in the final. And he also won Champions Week back in phase 1 of the year. So it hasn't been just in the last few weeks that he's been playing well. He's been doing it all year long.
Sort of the last 18 months for Jim McEwan, which makes you wonder, what did he do the other 53 years of his life? If it wasn't this, he should have been doing something like this.
As they say up in Scotland, he should he?
83.
Why didn't he?
Michael, you require 140.
You weren't willing to try the Liverpool accent, but you was...
No, I've spent a lot of time in Scotland. My Scottish friends know that my Scottish accent is horrendous, but funny at the same time.
40.
And now everybody
Jim,
else
you
knows.
require 117.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going back to Scotland before Christmas, though. One of my favourite places. Going to go to Aberdeen.
$39. Michael, you require 100.
Go to South Wales very, very soon, in fact. Where's Mike Huntley going? Well, how would you categorise that dart? Was it
Jim,
a bit defensive?
You require 78.
I think he was in 2 minds. I don't think it was he really knew. I think he made the decision when the dart was already in motion.
Jim's in one mind.
Game shot.
He's in one department.
Jim McEwan.
How many times have I got to tell you guys, don't leave Jim McEwan on tops?
He's doubling
Second
today.
leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game
He's
on.
4 out of 6 in his game against Kev Garcia. It's 4 out of 5 in his game against Shane McGuirk. And he held all of his throws
140.
in his opening game against James Hurrell. That is a good sign. Someone who's confident on the outer ring.
85.
He plays the outer ring the same way that Ryan Joyce does. Top professional from Newcastle. He'd rather spend his time throwing at doubles because he feels more comfortable in those departments than going for the inner ring, which is the trebles that get you there.
77.
Well, you tend to find with a double, because it's a little bit more of a reach, that you get a full extension. Where
100.
slightly less pressure coming into the inside, or so you just need to either get the release slightly different, or you just take a little bit off. You don't get it's like the difference between dribbling in football and running with the ball. Dribbling, you're taking lots of little touches and you're trying to get... Where when you're running with the ball, it's about opening up the legs.
54.
And it's the same with this. We're trying to open up the arm.
So you're comparing treble shooting and double shooting between two Newcastle players. One is Miguel Almiron, who is like a
58.
A dog chasing cars. And then you got Bruno Guimaraes, who, get him in an elevator, he could probably take on 6 players.
Thought you'd go to Newcastle references for that one.
Well, might as well. No time like the present.
90.
Mike Huntley strikes me as a rugby fan. I definitely wouldn't want to run at him at speed.
Jim, you
that's for
require
sure.
140.
He's made of very solid stuff.
Do you know what sport I think Michael Huntley likes? Darts.
Good shout. How about double 10 for a good shout?
Game shot on the
and
second
one heck of a
leg.
good shot.
Jim McEwan.
Big smile from Huntley in the background. I think he knew that that was going to be hit. All of a sudden,
Third leg,
McEwan is doing
Michael to throw first.
almost
Game on.
boringly good darts. That's a phrase I heard this weekend about Josh Rock, the new Northern Irish superstar. Boringly good.
180.
Exceptional from Huntley, who gets his first maximum right there in like 3.
Jim is 2-0 up. Mike has not managed to have a dart at a double yet, but
100.
that doesn't mean he's playing bad. Jim McEwan is playing fantastic here. He's averaging a fraction over 100, but Michael is certainly playing his part in keeping himself in contention if Jim misses. It's just a dodgy strategy to have to play, isn't it? Hoping Jim misses something.
Yeah, that's not the best strategy. If someone's taking out stuff in 15 darts, you really need to be hitting 12s.
100.
It's quite a blingy setup that Michael's got. You see the Welsh colours at the top of the barrel with a bit of gold plating
55.
On a somewhat uncomplicated structure. It's got a very blingy nature to it. I don't think I could get away with throwing something like that. I was never cool enough to throw gold darts.
Well, he said he needs to start
100.
looking at something around about the
Michael
12.
require 126.
This is for a 12. He's staying up on the 20s. Doesn't need to go the 19 route there, so he's just setting this one in.
94.
Leaves himself a double after 12. That's quality. Quality darts there from Michael.
I've never known anybody look at the score as much as Jim. Mid-throw.
58. Michael
You and I are the same,
32.
Matt, because we tend to look at the score before we do, and then after that we know exactly what we need to do. Double 16.
24.
Come on, Michael, don't give him a shot. This
Jim,
is a
you
free hit
require
now.
143.
Bit like it was for Virat Kohli yesterday with the Pakistan-India cricket match, which was unbelievable. But this shot is not going to be hit for 6.
Michael will be hoping he doesn't miss 6, because he's missed 3 already.
46. Michael, you require 8.
Well, he's looking at the boundary. If he hits double 4,
Game
I'll
shot
be
on the
waving
third
my hand
leg.
from left to
Michael
right, just like
Huntley.
that. He hits the boundary, and it's now 2-1 to Jim McEwan. You wouldn't have
Fourth
been able
leg,
to
it's
see it, but I
Jim
was
to
giving
throw
it the full
first.
shepherd there.
Game on.
And side to side.
Yeah, darts equipment is something that we've obviously got more product launches and things coming up over the next
60.
couple of weeks as we're coming into Christmas and things. It's changing so much, isn't it? Like, for the better.
I think the biggest advancements we've seen in darts equipment
140.
have been revolutionary as opposed to evolutionary. Now, what I mean by that is an evolutionary product is something that makes an existing product better. A revolutionary product is something we've never had before, which makes the sport
57.
better. I'm privy to information about some things that are being looked at right now, which, trust me, are revolutionary. And they will make you look around and say, I want one of them.
140.
But one of the biggest advancements are the boards that we have got here. The Winmore Triple Core Blade 6. We were the first people to have it on the wall.
140.
Put a dartboard on Martin Schindler.
No, it'd be too short.
43.
The board's low, mate.
He's not even 5'8". That's where the bullseye's got to be. Sorry, Martin. Tut mir leid, Herr Schindler. He's had some season, hasn't he, Martin
100.
Schindler?
Him and Roby John, two people that lost. There's a few times people lose cards and then come back a better version of themselves. Nathan Aspinall, probably the case in point of that.
The one thing that wasn't
140
at the
Jimmy
disposal
required
of the likes
144.
of Schindler and Aspinall and Rodriguez was this. But this is a catalyst for others. Look at this. Huntley is devoid of positivity.
132.
When McEwan is scaring shots like that, he genuinely thought he was not going to get a look at this double 19.
38.
Well, he's already seen him take out the 140 earlier in the game. He's thinking. Going straight for it. One dart left. Big dart.
No score.
Did not land.
Jim
McEwan
required 12.
to once again today hold his throw, move himself within one leg of the match. 2 more points.
This opens up this double. Got to stay down the left side of the barrel, just trying to create a bit more of a bumper from the right side.
No score.
Oh, and he missed the target.
Michael, you
Not
required
sure on the
38.
moving to the left there, because essentially then you're trying to play into the dart rather than using the dart as a boundary, which gives you the opportunity to overshoot like he did and go above. Wants to go above these two and does.
Michael Huntley.
Last start in hand. That was a huge dart and a rare break of throw. Jim McEwan actually gets broken.
Fifth leg gets Michael
Huntley
to throw
doing the job.
first.
He's actually got the advantage of throw back.
Game on.
Level game.
Yeah, that was a great illustration of how Huntley can put his darts together. He strikes me as very similar to Johnny
100.
Clayton. He doesn't concern himself with the physics aspects of tungsten flinging. We know exactly what McEwan wants to do. He wants to understack these darts and side stack in this case right here.
140.
But Huntley, like Clayton, he's just chucking these slim flighted arrows. And he thinks, I'll just keep throwing at the target. I don't care whether it's over to the side or understacking
43.
methods.
Dart looks so much better in the hand now of Jim McEwan than it was looking earlier.
140.
That's why the darts are going straighter. That's why the averages are going up. Chucking in some good stuff.
I've watched enough of Jim
85.
McEwan over the last 12 months to know that towards the end of a best-of-7 match, he always improves. I saw him in that infamous week where he got 28 points in the last stage. And the amount of times he was in this position and he found 2 legs, sub 15, to get the job done, it was frightening. It was about as frightening as the back of his dart shirt. If you don't like scary stuff
81.
and you want to sleep
Jim, you
tonight, do not
require
look at the
81.
back of that shirt.
You're just getting your throw broken. This is some response.
No score.
And he's bust. I'd say there's no damage done there with Huntley back on 192, but there is, because Unless Jim can get that treble, he might be restricted to a dart at the bullseye now. Won't have the option to go the same sort of route.
$58.
But he's not under a great deal of pressure.
$81.
I still think he needs to go for the bull. Having said that, he's got the treble, so it doesn't matter. Double 12 for 3-2.
57.
So it's an outside chance for the Welshman.
Michael, you require 134.
He's going to need to find a treble with his opening dart, which he cannot do, so Jim will return. 24, that was a long way
94.
off there from Michael.
Jim, you require
Jim's
24.
got a chance to finally get this leg wrapped up. He's been making a bit of a mess of this at the end.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
chucks
leg.
that one in, the double
Jim
12.
McEwan.
Gets the advantage of throw back. He's now just one leg away from his 8th point and
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw
keeping
first.
the run of wins going. Can he
Game on.
go one better than last time when he got 28 points and go all the way to 30? It's unlikely, but right now it's possible.
One of two players to have got 28 points from a Group A campaign, the other one being
59.
Colin Osborne. I don't know if you've
59.
noticed this, Matt, but the miss of Huntley on the 60 now is high. It's a good centimetre to 2 centimetres high. He just can't find that first dart, which makes the rest of the visit so much easier, as you can see.
And the problem he's got is on stage with a shark. And Jim McEwan will notice every single little bit of weakness like that.
If I was on stage with a shark, I'd run
60.
fast.
You'd be okay because there's no water, so he won't be able to chase you.
That's a good point. I have played a shark. Colin Lloyd. And I'm sure Graham Stoddart's nickname was the Shark.
42.
Because we used to call him Stodfish. He still came up with one of the most Geordie and most lovable sayings I've ever heard in the sport of darts. If you're watching,
82.
Graham, I hope you're well. I haven't seen you in a while. And if you speak to anybody of my era, they know this saying. Sound as a fish cake. It makes no sense, but it's quintessentially Stoddart.
140.
I have no words.
1990s darts in one sentence, right there.
81. Jim, you require 80.
For the win. Another win. McEwan. Is he bulletproof?
40.
He might still be. It hasn't been vintage, but his ability to find a 90-plus average, even when he's not playing his best stuff, is very impressive. If he is to have a 90-plus average again, he might have to hit this first dart.
Jim, you require 40.
He's missed 8 darts at double. He just needs one more.
That is a long way low. A raise of the eyebrows, a reset, and another low dart. Chooses not to
36.
bust, chooses to leave the twos. Mike Huntley will come back. 94
Michael, you
the
require
shot.
94.
He was aggressive earlier. He went for the treble. Does have the option of using the ball. Stays aggressive. 90 to go. Just on the wire, so Jim will return to get his 8th point of the campaign.
He thought that was in, you know. He asked Charlie Corstefine,
58.
is that in? And he was very hopeful. He was
Jim,
going to
you
say, yes, you've got double
require
18 left. Well, he has got double 18. But the next door neighbour is a match start for McEwan.
2.
And he's throwing it away.
Big
Michael, you
problems.
require
Because if
36.
Mike hits this double 18, or any double that brings him up to 36 points. He will level the game and have
on
the
sixth
throw
leg. Michael Huntley.
in leg 7, and the hopes of Jim McEwan going perfect again are getting much, much
Seventh
slimmer.
and final leg. It's Michael to throw first.
We've had some missed doubles in this match.
Game on.
9 from Huntley, 13 from McEwan. A multitude of match shots missed. And right now, at the back of the stage, McEwan
85.
is someone who is cutting a very frustrated figure.
Jim McEwan has it in the locker, though, to rattle off a 12-dart leg, which right now, oh, look at those.
180.
Very, very tightly packed together.
Positively magnetised, those three. But that's the beauty of
60.
the equipment that he uses. When you have that tapered barrel, if you can be comfortable using this, and Peter Wright has talked about this shape of barrel as well. Look how close the points get together when you nestle these darts.
100.
Incredible stuff. Great use of the physics of the game.
With darting cheat code.
That's exactly what it is. Perfectly legal.
180.
But Huntley's not going anywhere.
This has been a good game. And we can't really separate them at this point. Jim does have these darts, which would then level us up at 9 darts thrown each.
30.
And he has not used them. Michael Huntley becomes big favourite for a big upset. McEwan, the 2-7 favourite to win this game, is in massive trouble.
It's almost as if
136.
Huntley was written off for the chances of winning this match, but it's in his hands now. He wouldn't just do himself a favour by getting onto 4 points. He would stop McEwan from getting to 8.
57.
This is good news
Michael,
for
you require
McGuirk,
40.
for Owen, and for Hurrell, and for Huntley. That's a good guide. Double 10.
20.
Oh, I think
Jim, you
a little
require
bit of a nervy visit there
134.
at the prospect of nicking 2 points against Jim McEwan. Is he going to rescue it at the very end? And after missing so many doubles,
94.
he just misses the second one for the 134 kill.
Michael, you
And
require
that dart
20.
was right in the corner, sat up. He had the whole bed. It sat lovely for him. He's already had a chance. Much better
Game,
thrown dart,
shots,
and that's an even
and the
better
match.
thrown dart.
Michael
He gets over the
Huntley.
line at the 5th time of asking, but Michael Huntley picks up some points, and picks up some points against Jim McEwan, who was threatening at one point to run away with this group. The amount of 140s in that game, 13 140s across the 7 legs, a quality game of darts. It was the missed doubles that really brought those averages down, which still very respectable despite the misses. But Mike Huntley takes the 2 points as we move into our final round of fixtures, kicking off with Shane McGuirk against Kevin Garcia.
Well, how do you solve a problem like Jim McEwan? Michael Huntley has just found the answer, coming through in a last leg decider to condemn McEwan to his first defeat here in Group A. McEwan wasn't at his best in that one, despite setting his stall out early with back-to-back 15 dart legs, the second with that high 140 checkout on double 10. But Huntley managed to force a decider, and despite some edgy attempts at double in that final leg, pinned double 10 to get the win. As you can see there, 4 out of 17 on the outer ring for Huntley, but a crucial 2 points. And we can see what that does to the league standings. I'm sure everyone, including Robert Owen, who's up next, will be very pleased with that. He's up in a couple of games' time, of course, and he could go top of the table if he's to win that one. James Hurrell, one of 3 players on 4 points. Next up, we've got McGuirk against Garcia. Garcia, the one player yet to pick up any points in Group A so far. But as for McGuirk, he's settled really impressively, hasn't he, into this Super Series. He's understandably the 4-11 favourite in this next match. He got off to a sublime start with this win over one of the favourites to win Group A, Robert Owen. A superb way to get his debut campaign, and he certainly is showing that he's got the temperament to do well here in this format. As for Garcia, he's shown glimpses of what he's capable of this 1-2-5 in defeat to Rob Owen. One of those superb moments for him. Which one of these will get the 2 points in this one then? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Many thanks, Abby. One more round of matches to come for all of you dartaholics. Shane McGuirk will try to get his way to 6 points, which currently has a couple of occupants in McEwan and Rob Owen, but the 27-year-old from Monaghan has done a very good job today. I've been very impressed with him. I think there is definitely another level to find as well. But for Kevin Garcia, it's been a very unfortunate day, considering the levels he has improved towards. He still finds himself without points and a leg difference of -8. I don't think that reflects how well he has done at times. I don't know how you feel, Matt.
Yeah, he's played some good things at times, hasn't he? He's just like that little bit of consistency at times that will just carry him
it's Shane
to
to throw
victory.
First. Game on.
But he's had a bit of bad fortune, people taking out a few things against him at the wrong times, or just a missed shot here and there. And there's many things, aren't there, that happen that people class as
140.
good luck if something bad happens to you. We can say being hit by lightning isn't one of those things that brings luck.
180.
Well, it brings us a lot of volts.
Well, Rob Cross comes round your house, does he?
Yeah. A change of flights
99.
here for Shane McGuirk. He's gone to the black versions now. Pretty tidy looking. But if you want to... I mean, I love talking about stuff like this. This is why I love the sport. Shirts, walk-on songs, image, that kind of stuff, as well as talent. There's only one song in the whole world that Kevin Garcia needs as a walk-on song.
98.
And it is something that Triple H has walked out to WrestleMania with. It's called Ride the Lightning by Metallica.
140. Shane, you require 164.
In fact, it might have been For Whom the Bell Tolls that he walked out to. I might have just stood on my own statement there.
58.
But yeah, definitely Ride the Lightning for Kevin.
96.
There was a boy band as well there. I'm trying to remember who it was. I'm going to look it up.
Kevin's having a look at double 9.
87.
That could have been an 11
Shane, you
darter.
require 106.
But the way he's been rolling today, McGuirk's going to hit this. Told you.
92.
Oh, tried to predict
Kevin,
it. I
you
was wrong.
require 9.
Good news for Kevin. Double 2.
5.
He's missing too many shots like that, unfortunately. He's
Shane,
given
you
himself
require 14.
an abundance of chances.
Looks like he's going straight for this. That's awkward. He's going to have to go left. Go left. There he goes.
Game shot on the
And
first
that's the
leg.
result.
Shane McGuirk.
How good was that? I think we've got one confident young man on the stage there.
Second
that
leg,
was
it's Kevin to throw
a
first.
perfect
Game
third dart. Couldn't have walked to the board and put it in anywhere sweeter than that.
I found the song for you. It was The Wanted.
140.
Lightning.
That's probably why I haven't heard of it.
You don't strike me as a The Wanted fan.
No.
139.
Won't take that kind of guy.
When we look at, like say, the names, shirts, things like that, I've noticed something in this game that I actually like as well. If you look at the table in the background, he's actually placed his case up, and he's actually got branding on the case. It says the arrow.
96.
You can just see it.
Oh, yeah. Look at you, you little advertisement hoarding. That's quite clever.
180.
Oh, you can tell he stacks cards at home. That is really, really interesting.
99.
He's one for the branding. He's got the shirt, he's got the flight, he's got the case. I don't think he's going to get this leg, though.
You have to see the angle from that camera that's shown you. He's even...
Shane, you require
this is a deliberate plot. It's not
167.
He's had to open his case out to stand it up like this.
That is just different level branding, that. I applaud you, Shane. You've just gone up
72.
way in my
Kevin, you require
estimation. That is
60.
brilliant. Great. Double 4. That's a bad shot.
14.
There's more doubles.
Shane, you require 95.
He has missed 9 darts out of double so far. Will he be punished again?
Game show on the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk, 95 out. 9 darts Kevin Garcia has had. He's had 2 180s, 3 140s. He's averaging 99.60, despite the fact he's had 3 handfuls of darts, registering nothing.
There's nothing wrong with the first 9, that's for sure. But there was something very familiar about that 95 checkout from McGuirk. He blocks the
60.
lower bed and then scooches to the left and finds the target after that. He's definitely sending a message to the rest of
96.
the field. There you go. Wasn't that a series? Arrow. I'm sure I saw advertisements for that.
120.
But if you want to be as good at branding as this guy, you've got to get yourself a case that you can prop up and show your branding when you're throwing.
60.
Can't stop looking at it now. You've noticed.
No,
it,
I think you noticing that is genius.
100.
Of course, there are rules as to how many sponsor patches you can have on your shirt, but
99.
Do you see that being the cheesecake, being the future?
not like garlic bread.
100.
I've tasted it. Are we going to see Shane McGuirk on Saturday? That is my question to you right now, and I think we will.
58.
I
Kevin, you
think
require
right now,
121.
you'd have to say it's likely.
I'm going to try and predict his week. I'm going to say McGuirk
57.
is going to make Group B
Shane, you require 130.
by being in the top 3 at the end of Wednesday. And I think he'll get into the top 3 on Thursday and Friday. I think that's his route to Saturday.
90. Kevin, you require 64.
Can't find anything that I can really disagree with there.
No score.
And that is more
Shane, you require
misses
40.
from Garcia. And every time he misses, Shane steps
Game
in
shot on the third leg.
and hits.
Shane
And that's what he's done
McGuirk.
again. And that angle was really good to see that back leg and that movement. It's like
Fourth leg, it's
Richard
Kevin to
Bennett's
throw
last
first.
start with his
Game
first
on.
start, but before he throws it.
It's a little bit of Hendo as well, isn't it? A bit of back to forward and lateral movement. But if he
81.
times it right, he's got so much talent, this lad. I'm not going to sit here and say that I enjoy watching every single player that's thrust in front of me. There's some that
100.
I think it's a bit laborious. There's nothing about them. I'm genuinely excited about Shane McGuirk. I love watching him play.
100.
I feel very bad for Kevin Garcia today because I think he's acquitted himself excellently. He's just missed too many doubles, and they have all cost him.
In this league, in this format, with this quality of player, you start missing, you will be punished. And you said people will learn things about themselves this week. That's what Kevin Garcia is going to learn after day one. That has been your lesson of the day, Kevin.
80.
It's interesting how much of Shane McGuirk's
42.
excitement for you is because of the case and how much of it is because of the darts.
We just pick up on everything. But it's a good performance from McGuirk. Just under a 90
81.
average.
Kevin, you require 138.
He wants to win matches. He's got to average under 90. Because when he averages over 90, he loses. Quite simple.
98.
Lost with a 95 against Jim McEwan in match 9.
When your opponent's been missing a lot of doubles, you have a lot more confidence in throwing at these sort of shots because you'd even
80.
fancy yourself coming back.
Kevin, you require 40.
Kevin's not been great on this tops today. He's coming low. One more chance to put it right.
30.
And that is 13 darts missed for Kevin Garcia.
What a result this could be.
Shane, you require 20.
This would be to finish the day on 6 points and a leg difference of +3. A very tidy Monday.
Game,
and that's exactly what he finds.
And the match.
An unfortunate day for
McGuirk.
Kevin Garcia, but if we were to send him away with a message, it would be just keep doing what you're doing on the inner ring. Just fix what you're doing on the outer ring. 0 from 13 will never get it done, but McGuirk with a very typical performance and that kind of average, and those checkouts will do a lot of damage no matter who you play this week. We've got 2 more matches to come. McEwan up against Owen will ensure our daily champion. Someone's got to get to 8 points. Who will it be? Find out after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Shane McGuirk has just rounded off his debut day at the Super Series with a 4-0 whitewash victory over Kevin Garcia. Another superb display, but it was those missed doubles from Garcia that really told the story. 13 attempts and didn't manage to pin a single one. It could have been a very different story. Garcia missing 9 darts at double in the opening 2 legs alone. McGuirk capitalising with that 95 in the second leg to complete a 15-darter. And as Garcia continued to miss, McGuirk continued to mop up the chances. And you feel the pressure is certainly starting to mount on Garcia now. And maybe that's what played a real big role towards the back end of those legs. Next up then, we've got McEwan against Owen. And this is the match that will determine who finishes day one top of the league standings, both with 3 victories to their names so far. Rob Owen certainly getting stronger as today has gone on, hasn't he? Even though his 2 favourite doubles, 8 and 16, do continue to desert him. There he is actually pinning one, making me look like a little bit of a fool. But for the best part of the day, it has certainly deserted him. As for Jim McEwan, he lost out in his last match to Michael Huntley, but here he is taking out that superb 140 checkout in that one to take a 2-0 lead. Who then will finish the day top of the crop? Let's find out. Lads, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Top of the crop. Sounds like a perfect way to describe this game. Scotland versus Wales. Yellow versus Tartan. 8 points up for grabs for the winner, and someone's going to have to settle for 6. But the good thing about Monday, Matt, is that 6 points is still a decent total when the best is 8. You're only 1 game behind. But at this point, if you're just tuning in your Super Series infancy of fandom, this will be the first game for these guys tomorrow. So if you can do the double over this opponent, this fancied opponent, you can put yourself in the shop window for a very good Tuesday and potentially a crack at the top come Wednesday.
I think one thing we can say about this group, I think we're going to see someone do 5 out of 5. Because there's been so many opportunities and missed opportunities for that to have happened already.
Game on.
That one of these players is going to do a clean sweep.
Okay, Matt. Who's going to do it tomorrow?
Oh, I made a bold enough prediction that it's going to happen. Now you want to know the player as well.
Well, you laid yourself for that question.
83.
You laid the groundwork.
On what I've seen today, I'm going to say James Hurrell goes unbeaten tomorrow.
That's a 60. Big call. I like your call because he's going to have Huntley first game tomorrow. But does that call of yours depend on what he does in the next game?
No. No.
So no matter what happens in game 15 against Huntley, you think he's going to be perfect tomorrow?
121.
So there you have it. You have a tip about 20 hours ahead of tomorrow's schedule. So check out the odds for that with your chosen bookmaker and please gamble responsibly.
100.
And if it wins, screen record this and plaster it all over social media, tagging me as an expert. And if it loses, I was kind of coerced into giving an answer by Paul Nicholson, so it's Paul's fault.
Yeah, I'll take that. I can call me an expert.
95.
Who's going to be feeling pert at the end of this one? What's the average going to need to
30.
be to get this win? I mean, they're both very well versed in playing 5 games of best of 7 a day, so I don't think tiredness comes into it, really.
I think this is just going to come down to not making a mistake. They're going to cancel each other out.
81.
Although Robert Owen's not playing well in this leg, it's not his throw, it doesn't matter. Next leg, he could go in, play well, and it just cancels each other out. What it's going to be is a missed opportunity at
60.
a
Jimmy
71
require
or
121.
72, those sort of areas. And that's just all that's going to separate these two, I think, if they play to type.
We saw an 81 bust by Jim McEwan in his previous match, and it did cost him.
47.
He lost by 4 legs to 3 to Mike Huntley. That was a big upset. Owen hasn't really got going in the scoring phase here in leg 1.
100.
But the bonus
Jimmy requires 74.
attached to a slow start in leg 1 for him here is that Jim threw first and he was expected to win the first leg anyway. Double 10 will win that first leg.
Game shot
And a
on the
very
first
pinpoint
leg.
double 5
Jim
gives him an
McEwan.
18-dart start. Now, we've had some questions on social media about involvement
Second leg, it's
of
Robert to throw first.
different players,
Game on.
maybe in 2023, because we are getting pretty close. It's nearly November, everybody. So I suppose we can start the chatter.
61.
We will have players in the MODUS Super Series in Stage 2 before Christmas and after Christmas. And maybe the players after Christmas could be players who aren't on tour anymore. We will get players from
45.
the amateur darts circuit. We will have players of note who have done stuff in the past, players of form, and maybe players who don't get their cards back.
100.
I think the easiest thing to do is, a lot of people are sending suggestions. I'll try this player, put this player on, put this player. The easiest answer to that now is, if that player is of the quality you're suggesting, get down to an ADC event.
100.
And qualify.
Yeah, it's that simple. That's why we've seen Mike Huntley today. It's why we've seen Kev Garcia. It's why we've seen Tony Newell this year, who
100.
deserves a lot of congratulations because he won an ADC championship at the weekend, as did Terry Jenkins. Bully's back. Congratulations to Terry. You think he's just hunting furniture and antiques now? Think again, he's back at the dartboard. And let's not forget that earlier in the year, we had a visit from a certain Adam Atkinson, who over the weekend played Michael van Gerwen in an exhibition
100.
in Newcastle and gave him a scare.
Yeah, the door is wide open now, isn't it, for anybody? That's the thing is with the ADC qualification route now. The only boundary to being able to take part in the Super Series is purely
77.
talent.
Robert, you require 140.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Now, Rob's not going to deny Jim a shot at 99 red balloons.
100. Jim, you
As we say
require
in darts,
99.
put a flake in it. Extra sauce? Can't find it.
59. Robert, you require 40.
Well, Jim couldn't find it. Can Robert?
Game shot on the
yes, he
second
can.
leg.
I love that double
Robert
10, you know.
Owen.
There's so much risk attached to missing double 10 low. But if you hit it high like that, you're negating the
Third leg,
problem
it's Jim
of the
to throw
single 15
first.
and the double 15.
Game on.
That's a great double 10 from Rob. Well, they have played each other 3 times before, but all in Southampton in our previous venue. They've never played here.
140.
As it stands, Jim is 2-1 up. Rob is looking to even the tally, but they will play each other a minimum of 3 times this week.
I don't think Jim McEwan's played here at all, has he? Because
135.
in Southampton in the last phase. I think this is his first time in this venue.
It is, yeah. It's amazing to think the experience levels that the likes of McEwan and some others have had, but this is their first venture into Portsmouth. It'll be fascinating to get
81.
their thoughts of it compared to what was a winning venue for someone like McEwan, and indeed for Rob Owen, because
177.
he won 5 titles in Southampton. He has yet to win one here.
And we've talked about dart players being quite quirky, but sometimes the venue can give you that emotion, can't it? You go in there and you just feel like it's a winning venue, or sometimes a losing
100.
venue. Just things like changing the scenery quite often can change how you feel about the place.
Tell me about it. It's like me walking into Blackpool. I think the noise I made every time I
47.
walked into the Winter Gardens as a player was ugh. I know people love playing there, but for me it was just sodden with bad memories. Now I love the place. Being there as a commentator, I absolutely adore it. Totally different experience.
120.
Well, Jim, it's better to miss tops than be
Robert, you
in the
require
60.
142.
In the now renamed Damon Heta.
Yeah, he hasn't had a bad few
90.
days.
Jim, you require
Winning 2
60.
PDC titles. Over £40,000 in winnings. He's going to be very good outsider for the Grand
Game
Slam.
shot on the third leg.
Jim McEwan is very much not an outsider to win this group, thanks to a very tidy 60 out, and the halfway point is met.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And like we said, they're just cancelling each other out. When you get two players that are quite level, it'll all be
60.
done in moments. Used to say when I was doing the football coaching all the time, but for 90 minutes, 89 of them, you're just going to cancel each other out and you're just going to be doing the things. And it's those one split-second decisions and moments that
100
will decide the game. And this is exactly what this game's going to be. Going to be cancelling each other out, and then we're going to look at one or two darts that will just dictate who's going to be taking the points.
Just thinking laterally, we don't have a ranking system here at the MODUS Super Series because we don't need one. It's all about points tables, what you do in individual weeks.
140.
The only time we've ever really needed to look at another metric was for last week, because Scott Williams couldn't play because he was at the Pro Tour. And we had to look at
100.
Who had the best average of all of the runners-up, and it was Josh Payne. So you can see that getting to Saturday night is important. And if you don't win the week, there is still a microscopic chance of you making the Champions Week if you play to a certain level. Or, more specifically, better than others.
100.
This leg from
Jim
Jim is better than
121.
Robert. 1-2-1. And he's thrown 3 darts less. So is this the moment where the game starts to take shape? Won't be going out in this one, but he'll be looking to leave it handy. He wants 84 here, so he's got choices. Looks like he's going back up.
97.
So with
Robert,
great
you require
success, after
141.
12 darts, leads the 12s. Robert Owen's going to have to find 2 trebles, which he cannot do. So this is a chance now for Jim McEwan to get the breaker throw and be 1 away.
Jim, you require 24.
It was a surprise that he lost his 4th match of the day. And his unbeaten record. It wouldn't be a surprise if he takes double 12. Starting to miss doubles all of a sudden.
18.
He's giving chances to his
Robert,
opponents that they're not
41.
expecting.
Jim missing doubles is not something that
Game shot
we
on the 4th
expect.
leg.
And it was a tactic we
Robert
said earlier
Owen.
was not one to employ, because his doubles have been fantastic all day, and then with 3 in hand, a chance to put himself 3-1 up
Fifth leg,
and a leg
it's
away
Jim to
from the
throw
match.
first. Game on.
He misses.
If you were going to write a newspaper article about Robert Owen getting back to the Pro Tour, the title line would be easy to write, wouldn't it? Stack Attack is back. You said we were pretty good at rhyming, right?
140.
Do you know he used to have local school children from his area design his dart shirts?
100.
It's one of the nicest things I've ever spoken to Robert about, because he used to have some really... I've got to be honest here. I looked at him and I said, I don't like those shirts. They're a bit garish. And he came up to me and he said, they were designed by the local school kids, and he made me feel horrific.
180.
And I said, actually, I like it now, because it's got a very different story. But I just get the feeling that they don't design them anymore unless they're like racing stripes.
180.
Well, they're both racing here in the scoring stakes. This is better. This is what you get from McEwan. Someone who has missed 4 darts at double in the match and is still averaging over 100. I've had a fair few games today that have had
43.
3 180s in them. And that's one of the popular bets for the punters out there, to have more than 2.5 180s in a match. Remember, you've got to gamble responsibly, over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more
Jim, you
information.
require 138.
There's only one route for the 138, isn't there? There's 257s and double 12.
It'll be Tagging Keith Deller in that one.
Yeah, that was said somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Could have gone treble 17 first.
Robert, you require 84.
For another one, for double 18. Beautiful first start from Robert.
Game shot on the
fifth gorgeous 11th start of the leg
Owen
to take the lead. Is it going to be Rob Owen who resuscitates his Group A chance? Because he started with a defeat today to Shane McGuirk, which was a bit of a surprise. But since then, he's been extremely accomplished.
Moments. Jim McEwan had 3 darts to go 3-1 up. He's now 3-2 down. Jim did lose his last game to Michael Huntley, so will not want to lose this in a back-to-back defeats to win the day. That is the way you go about it. Opens with a max.
Yeah, scoring-wise, he's been fine. There you go. 3 maximums to Rob's 2. He's got 4 140 pluses. But look at that ton counter from Rob Owen. If he keeps scoring tons like that, we might need to get a different graphic.
100.
Well, the good thing about that is that just shows that he's not getting any treble-less visits, which means every time he's coming to the board, he's at least landing a jab.
And another look at the averages tell a very, very good story. This is why they're top of the table, because they can do this against each other. I've always said, and I don't know how you feel about this, Matt, but give me 2 averages in the mid to high 90s and a couple of misses along the way, and that's a more dramatic game than 2 people are averaging 105.
Robert, you require 121.
Yeah, exactly. The missing is part of the drama, part of the story. And that story could be about to end.
93.
The 1-2-1 finish there for
Jim, you require
Robert
81.
Owen. You went aggressive on the 11s. You weren't thinking 11 and bull. Jim might have to look at the ball if he doesn't get the treble, which he does. 12s to take us all the way. Robert Owen is nodding. He expects it.
He can't even swallow his water. He doesn't want to make any noise.
75.
Now you can swallow it. But can you make
Robert,
Jim McEwan swallow defeat? Surely with that marker.
Game,
it had to be.
And
Rob Owen with a brilliant
Robert
day.
Owen.
8 points from 10. And Jim McEwan has to settle for 6 after a 3-game start. 3 wins from 3. It turns out to be a 60% day for Jim McEwan, who loses with the only 100 average of the day. Miraculous stuff with Rob Owen, 57% on the checkouts. That was the difference. He only got 7 shots. Jim got 8, but it's the conversions that count. There you have it. A top-class game in match 14. What will we get with the Hillbilly Hurrell finishing things up for his day up against Mike Huntley after this short break?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where this man has just secured his place at the top of the league standings after day one in Group A. Rob, first of all, after the disappointment of not reaching the final night of Champions Week last week, what was the mindset coming into today?
Yeah, obviously massive disappointment not getting through. I probably thought I played well enough to get through it, but I was the evil of my own down being, you know, with the doubles. But you know, I come in fresh. Well, I wouldn't say fresh, but I haven't been home yet. So you know, I was down there Saturday night and Sunday. It's pointless going home for a day, but you know, I come into this morning with just a fresh mindset. I'm here with one of my best mates for 20 years, so you know what I mean. That we're playing on a big stage with one of my best mates for 20 years. So you know, what more could you want?
And after game one, I saw you downstairs and you were berating yourself a little bit because too many misses at double 8, 16, your favourite doubles. How did you manage to not let that affect you throughout the day?
It's sort of, I don't know, it's experience I expect of having the big game sort of doubles and the last leg deciders and all I've had over the years. And sometimes, you know, it is what it is. You just got to take it on a chin. It's gone. As soon as I come off that stage, I never sort of beat myself up. My wife would probably say different, but I never beat myself up too much because, you know, every game is different.
And so much has been made about you getting your tour card and the positives that come with that. But do you feel that maybe there's a bit of a target on your back here now as a result of that?
Yeah, yes and no, really. You know, I know everyone that comes down here, and they're all great players. Everyone is a great player that plays here. They don't get invited unless they are good players. But yes, but we're all friends. We all play darts. We're enemies on the hockey. But you know, at the end of the day, I love it.
And a long way to go, but you are top of the table after day one. What are the main things you feel you need to improve, though? Because you didn't always look very happy up on that stage, did you, today?
No, I felt like today I was just a bit on and off it. And, you know, 99 of it, 96, 97, then dropped to 81 and 82. But at the same time, sometimes you only do what you can do in the game to win. And people don't really realise that. You just do enough to win, and sometimes that's all that matters.
And Michael Huntley is up next in our last match. Someone you said you do know very well, another Penabont guy.
Yeah.
How good is it to see him here and showing what he can do?
It's great. Look, the guy's absolute class. I think he deserves all the praise he's got through the seniors. He's done well on the seniors, done well on the ADC, you know, and I think he 100% deserves his crack at this, and hopefully we see him a bit more down here now in the years to come.
Absolutely. We couldn't have summed it up better ourselves. Right then, into the final match of today's session. Guys, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Great to hear from our table topper of the day, Rob Owen. And congratulations to Rob. What was a tricky day, but the experience that he has gained over the years has definitely stood him in good stead, winning that 14th game of the day. Well, game 15, we'll see James Hurrell, the England captain, trying to join Jim McEwan on 6 points. And if he wins by 4 legs to 2 or better against Huntley here, he could find himself in second position. McGuirk has finished on +3 and 6 points as well as McEwan.
First leg,
so this could be a nice trampoline job for Hillbilly Hurrell. A big win, a big jump, and he could leave Huntley on 4, but he's got a leg difference of -3. Early portion of the table here, Matt, but still an important game for Hurrell to get himself towards the top, and that's the ideal start. He's had plenty of them today.
He's obviously the guy I picked to have a big day tomorrow on the points tally, which, if you include this game with those ones tomorrow, that could be a good swoop of potentially 6 games where he could really pick up points. He has sort of been the eye-catcher in terms of performance levels.
123.
Fascinating that the schedule that we have from Monday to Tuesday is exactly the opposite of what we've seen.
It
plays into Hurrell's hands. Now, if he can get the victory in this game, he will play before McEwan and Owen start tomorrow, and he could be on 8 points before they've even thrown a dart. But you already sense that Huntley is not going to go quietly.
When we look at someone who's grown into a day,
James
Michael
require
Huntley
98.
really fits that category of player. When
79.
we look at people that have
Michael,
played
you
well,
require 81.
they tend to do it against James Hurrell.
You're not wrong. But that's a mistake. How many times have we got to say it? That treble 12 is like the temptation magnet.
41.
You just can't not go for it when you've got
James
62 left and 2
19.
darts. And Hurrell is starting to get a bit more fortunate than he was in his first 2 games of the day.
This for a 14 darter. Be happy enough with 15.
11.
Oh,
Michael, you
might need a
require
bit more
40.
fortune if he's going to take this one. Mike comes back, tops, and that is a good lie.
No score.
Didn't use it.
Oh, did
James,
that
you
one
require
deflect?
8.
He will take his time to try and get to 1-0 up.
Game shot on the
That's
first
exactly what
leg.
he does.
James Hurrell.
It's a steady 17 darter, but it could have been an 11. It tells a very different story about that first leg, doesn't it, when you see it like that?
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
I think the important thing there is he's been afforded a little bit of time.
59.
Just to make you guys aware who you will see in the last 2 days of the week. Not that we're jumping ahead, we're just trying to tantalise your taste buds for your darting entertainment for the end of the week, because this is a big week in the world of darts.
180.
Another maximum for Hurrell. Cashing in again. But it is European Championship week, of course.
60.
Number 1 seed for the European Championship, Luke Humphreys. A winner 4 times on the European Tour this year. Good luck to everybody taking part in Dortmund. What is a fabulous arena this week.
60.
But who's going to win week 1? And whoever wins week 1 has got one long wait for Champions Week. So it's their responsibility, whoever it is, to keep yourself in good touch between now and
26.
the late winter.
Why sometimes it's good to be in the late bit, like Chris Mason winning week 12. He was straight back the week after, and
140.
that just keeps you playing.
On the flip side of that, this is a question I'd love to ask you, because if you win week 1 or week 2, for example, and you know you're going to have to wait 10 weeks before you come back.
45.
Is
James,
that a
you require
motivating factor to really
121.
put in the hours and go to other tournaments and keep yourself in touch?
It is, but it's also time to think. And there's £20,000 carrot
85.
dangled in front of you. There's a lot of thinking that's going to be done. Sometimes it's good, and this is probably why we get more surprise winners at things such like the UK Open, for example, or those that
60.
are crammed over a weekend.
James, you require 36.
Because you haven't got that long time to think, where with some events you've
James
got
shot on the second
big
leg.
gaps between games.
James Hurrell.
There's a big gap between these two players. That was a great leg of darts from James Hurrell. 30 darts
Third
for the
leg, it's
first
James
2
to
legs.
throw first. Game on.
He's looking good. And I think what you said a little bit earlier about the potential for Hurrell to have a perfect day on Tuesday, it's looking more likely than ever. I know tomorrow's a very different day, but
60.
don't underestimate the amount of experience that Hurrell possesses. He's been playing a long time at a very high level. But is it fair for me to say that maybe he's only started to play to the level that he expects of himself over the last 3 or 4 years? Even through the time where he wasn't very well, coming back for it, he's a better player than he was before he was sick.
83.
Sometimes that little bit of time away does wonders, because it just breaks that pattern,
100.
that mould of woe is me that you kind of get stuck in when people take out a big finish against you, or you do something unexpected, or you miss something, or all those negatives just become highlighted
100.
when you're feeling them week in, week out.
when you've got that big dose of perspective as well, like James has been given over the last few seasons, you know what real pressure is.
66.
If you boil this sport down to it's just throwing a bit of tungsten at a plant material with a few wires on it, then you don't get too nervous, you don't get too anxious. Of course, you still want to win, but you think, you know what? I'm going to remove
85.
the pressure and start
Michael,
playing the way I should.
155.
I think that's what Hurrell has been doing.
.76 left for Michael here.
99.
James can't take up the 173. Well, he can't with 3 darts anyway. Can only throw 3, which means he's going to need to come back to the board again. And if he does come back to the board, it's going to be a lot easier.
Oh, this is one of my favourite Scottish numbers.
133.
133.
Michael, you require 56.
Yes, I'm thinking about you, Anthony Dundas. Double top. Don't miss.
36.
I said don't miss because Hurrell's not going
James,
to.
you require 40.
Not the mood he's in.
Not very often a commentator will be brave and pin themselves to the mast.
30.
And that's why.
And the mast has just fallen down.
20.
That's why I'm quiet now. Double 5. That's what you can't do.
No score.
You can't afford to split a double
James,
like
you
5s with 2
require 10.
darts. You must give yourself a chance with that last dart minimum. Hurrell knows this, which is probably why he's going to miss this by about half a centimetre high.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
How much can he get wrong in one leg?
Well, James Hurrell got it right. And he puts himself 1 leg away from the match.
4th leg, it's Michael to throw first.
At this
Game
point, when
on.
you go 3-0 up, you start thinking about leg difference. This is the moment you think, right, get a good win in here, get some legs on the clock, because they will come into play.
60.
Of course they will. A big win here, and Hurrell goes to 2nd position in the table. Let's see he does win this leg against the throw then. He will finish the day on 6 points and
91.
plus 6. And considering where he was positioned after round 2 of the matches, that is an extraordinary day.
43.
Yeah, I can see good things happening for James this week. Enjoyed watching him today.
Yeah, me too. A lot of the time I've watched him at Lakeside and some other tournaments,
100.
especially the Scottish Open this year, which I watched on the live stream. I almost felt nervous for him. But today he just seems to be playing with a lot more of an assured nature.
140.
And when he's playing this way, he's great to watch. He's a great technician. He's got his own style. It's very compact. And one thing he's doing here as well, contrary to what he used to be like, he's not beating himself up like he used to. It used to be so bad, he'd punch his other hand. He would berate himself.
81.
And it would affect his results. None of that here on Monday, which is good for him.
$49.
That's a bit of a slip, offering a little bit of hope for Huntley, who does not want to be one of 2 players who bageled today. He already has
60.
been by good pal Robert Owen back in match number 8.
James, you require 132.
Garcia done by Shane McGuirk by 4 legs to 0 in match number 13. Hurrell looking for the ideal finish, which is 57, then a bull. Just checking his position. That leg's 88.
64. Michael, you require 117.
To save the match, treble 19 this time for Mike. Just hasn't been there.
93.
Unlike the last time he was bageled 4-0, he's averaging 75. Just going to show that a 75 average is more often than not good enough. As for Hurrell, around the 90 range, that usually is good enough.
48.
Last chance saloon for Huntley.
Michael, you require 24. Game shot on
And
the
he finds
fourth
double
leg.
six, so the last chance
Michael
saloon
Huntley.
takes the order. You never know. We haven't had it today so far, but it might be now.
Exchange to throw first.
Huntley could even win from this position.
Game on.
But something that contradicts that is the fact that Hurrell has got the throw in this leg and potentially the last leg of the match
43.
in leg 7. But Hurrell will be wanting this to be the last leg of the match. He's let a chance slip.
45.
Albeit not an easy chance. You can see that there have been 4 180s in this game, but they were all hit early in the match. We haven't had one for a good couple of legs. As far as the checkouts are concerned, pretty much a similar story. 8 misses for Huntley, 9 for Hurrell. If they're going to win this week
100.
and potentially win this group, that cannot continue.
$121.
This year at the WDF World Championship, Hurrell was involved in some really interesting, tight games. And he was able to come through a couple of them.
82.
He does not want to be put into that situation again here against the Welshman. He wants to sprint forward towards that finishing line.
140.
And that's exactly what that gives him. A guaranteed shot to win the match.
$100.
And he's got
James
6 for it.
116. $60.
Not ideal, but not disastrous. That's 111 left. He'd love another treble.
83. James, you require 56.
Hurrell got 1. Darted a double to win by 4 legs to 0. The somewhat fortunate double-double effort here. And it's 2 darts to win by 4 legs to 1.
Game, shot.
And that is the end of the match. And a really good day for James Hurrell, who will finish 2nd in the table. Mike Huntley, unfortunately, when he did sneak into the mid-70s range, average-wise, he did get punished. 11% on the doubles, unfortunately, is not good enough. His highest checkout being only 24. But Hurrell, with that range of around 87 to 88, it's a very, very good range to get a lot of victories here. He did miss a few doubles in the end. In fact, he missed 10 of them. But a high out of 56 actually was a double-double effort at the very end with double 16 and double 12. A very good day's action has come to its conclusion. We will now go up to the balcony to have a word with Matthew Edgar and our host, Abigail Davis, to sum everything up. Thanks for tuning in today, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. A word on James Hurrell to start with, because after those first 2 games of today's session, he really could have let that get to him, couldn't he? But he recomposed in order to keep himself in contention going into day 2.
Yeah, the performance was there in those first couple of games, wasn't it? The points just wasn't. And then he found a way to turn that into points. Even there, that last game, he's dropped off in his standard, but he's starting to get wins. And that's what I expect to see a lot from him now. I said in commentary that he was going to be my pick for tomorrow, for someone who's going to go get the wins, and I'm going to stand by that one, I think, after that.
Yeah, and looking at the table, it is, of course, Rob Owen who leads the way on 8 points at the moment. Speaking to him, though, after his last match of the day, he's certainly not very happy with his performance levels at the moment. He realises that there's a lot of work for him to do.
If you can find a happy Rob Owen, you've done very well. I've known Robert for quite some years. I've never seen him happy. So if you can find him happy, you're better than I am.
Indeed. And Jim McEwan, after that second defeat of the day, of course, coming to Rob Owen, how do you think he's feeling going into day 2? Especially, as we were mentioning at the top of the show, he had a really hectic 4 days prior to coming here to the Super Series, of course, in Barnsley for the Pro Tour. How do you think he's feeling?
Sick. it looked very much at one point that he was just going to run away with this and take all the wins. And then, like I say, those 4 days could really be a big thing, because he's tired out, didn't he, towards the end of the day? He just completely ran out of steam. He started missing doubles, which is something Jim McEwan does not do. And then that's why he's sort of lost points and lost a bit of space in terms of the table.
And Shane McGuirk is someone who's on 6 points as well. Of the debutants, he really has shone today, hasn't he?
Without a doubt, he's been the standout of the debutants, and he's looked really good. Even the games he's lost, he's had chances to win them, or at least get them a lot closer than they have been. He's looked good, he's played good. I got a little bit of an insight to him today, and in terms of how well he can play and the ceilings he can produce. I was warned about him, I was told about him, and they're right, he's got some talent.
And with these debutants, we learn a lot on day 1, but it's days 2 and 3 where we really learn about them and what they're about mentally as much as anything. Kevin Garcia, there's been glimpses from him, nothing consistent. We'll learn a lot about him tomorrow, won't we?
And he's going to learn a lot about himself, because now he's got to go away after probably a disappointing day. He's got hours now where he's going to have to manage his evening a little bit. We spoke about how players get it right or get it wrong, people that win Group A then come back and lose all the games on the Saturday. Now the debutants have got to experience that and go away and try and find something to do, and knowing you've got 4 more days of darts, or potentially 2 more days of darts if you get it right, it's hard to manage that time, and that's where experience comes into play, and they don't have a lot of that in this sort of environment.
Just quickly, what would you be telling them to do tonight?
Something that's nothing to do with darts. If you go out with the other players, fine. A lot of players go out together, but don't talk about darts, because that is the biggest trap dart players get into. Oh, I've had to hit this double, hit that double, and we'd talk about darts the whole time. Go out, do something different. Go watch the football. Go do something different.
Or you could just watch a repeat of yesterday's South